platform. This is it. All the other players who qualified yesterday have had to account for this wild card that we don't know who in this qual block is going to make a run to gold. Or push them down in silver. I know you specifically have something writing on this. You could make silver yourself.
Yes,
depending on how this goes. We have so much in front of us today, and I'm very excited for it because not only do we have this legendary qualifier, but we'll get right into bracket right after that. I'm so glad that I have a team of people behind me running stats because we will have brackets ready pretty much the instant this is over. And I'm very happy about that, how well we're running on the operational side this year.
Yeah, it's fantastic. So I think we're just waiting now. Our players have been warming up, just waiting for the signal that we are ready to start the action. I see all of our players on CT2 all ready to go. I see 3 of the 4 players on CT1. I'm wondering where the 4th one might be.
We have a CT3 session as well today. We have enough people who are operational people who have decided that they're just going to play, like Vince. We have a couple of walk-ins, so I believe they will be live before too much longer. And obviously CT2's up. They've got a pretty nice cast of guys themselves. So
yeah, and you really never know who you'll see at these events. Just 15 minutes ago, I ran into an 11-year-old and his dad showing up at their very first event, and they are going to be qualifying over there. It's super exciting to see them. Always great to see new players. So we're wishing best of luck to them.
Yeah, that's one of the fun of live events. You don't know who's going to show up. If it's an online tournament, you probably know everyone who's in the tournament before it even happens. But with these in-person tournaments, that's usually where these lesser-known kind of depth threats present themselves, that come out of the woodwork because they want that in-person experience because there's really no matching those.
Yeah. So let's see what else is happening. I see our crew behind the scenes just making sure everything is set. I'm glad we have audio now. Thanks, chat, for alerting us. They're setting up the cameras, getting it all ready we don't want to miss a single moment of the action with these players. Yeah. I've also seen some really incredible stuff debuted by Yobi. He just showed me a few minutes ago his new feature he's had for a couple months now. It shows Stack Rabbit recommendations based on your skill level and piece movement level for the broadcast. So that'll be really cool to see in replays and other things in the future.
Yeah, it was really cool because Stack Rabbit has kind of taken the Tetris community by storm. At first, it was just a couple of top players were using this as their thing, where they study in depth what Stack Rabbit does. Getting chants of all the CT 1, 2, and 3 are currently getting pride chants.
I love the rivalry between the stations because Bidwell and I were having fun yesterday on CT2 where all 4 of our players were killing it.
Yeah, yeah, dude. I remember from the stats table, I could hear CT4. Whenever somebody maxed on CT4, the entire section just blew up about it. It was really cool to see. But
yeah. So I think we're still waiting now. Who is left? Are we waiting for Kitaru?
Looks like it. He is a busy man. He is not only involved in.
Okay. Are we gonna get started? Okay.
Yeah, looks like we're starting without him.
Looks like we're starting. All right. And let's count it down in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tetris!
You cannot beat the live experience. This isn't a full house yet either. That's the fun part. Everyone who is in this venue is a hardcore Tetris person, and they are going to be lighting it up today. I love this.
So, oh my goodness, it is amazing to see Corian and Green Tea back in action. Dan V looking to overcome some serious jet lag that he might have, but he is locked in, already opting for the level 19 starts.
Yeah, and we've seen this optimized in recent years. At first, when, in the early, point where it's the scene is getting really good in the online era, people were not even trying to max out every single game. It just wasn't a thing. It was crazy when Joseph got 12 in his 2020 qualifier. I remember the whole scene was shocked. But nowadays, it has gotten optimized to the point where players are starting here just because level 19 takes less time to complete a game than level 18, and that extra time save means they have the capacity for more max outs. And that's how we had a couple of players get 16 yesterday, including Alex T, breaking the overall qualifying record with his 900K kicker of some sort. And, you know, it's possible that Dan V puts up 17 here. I would expect that most players of this level genuinely just can on any given day.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that would be incredible if we see somebody break the record here again.
Yeah, the last roller qualifying.
Oh my goodness, and our lovely stat team has put up a shot of both of us here in the fourth player
I didn't
slot.
even notice that, yeah.
I think, because they've done this before, if unfortunately, if Qatar is unable to make it, we might be able to stick somebody up who's not currently on stage and bring them up here so we can get to see their games. And Corian currently resetting after first game, still warming up. Green Tea off to a great start. Building one row off the bottom, exactly as Fractal did in his first recorded perfect transition.
Yeah. If only there was a well-crafted YouTube video that somebody could go watch about such a transition and other perfect games.
And a well-notated and outlined video.
Oh my God.
Dan V, a little bit frustrated after that missed flip.
Yeah,
but
it happens.
It should be okay.
Yeah, it's one thing for it to happen in competition where there's another player playing and, you know, every last point counts. But luckily, this is qualifying. You have 2 whole hours uninterrupted that you're going to sit here and play Tetris at the highest level. Tiny mistakes are going to happen. Minimizing them obviously helps, but it is not the end of the world for having one misdrop.
So I think oh my gosh, something super incredible that our camera crew has just put up. We have a shot with all 3 styles in the game: dash, tap, and roll.
Yeah.
Right in order.
And three exemplars of the, you know, of each individual play style. You know, Green Tea, like, personally innovated dash play after tap had already taken over. He was, like, one of the first players to really make quick tapping specifically, like, a core part of his game plan. He innovated a couple of, like, major adjustments in an era where adjustments were still kind of a novelty. Like, they are just now an expected part of top-level Tetris that you will be adjusting on a regular basis, you know, if not multiple pieces in a row. We see Dengler do that all the time.
Yeah, yeah. And Green Tea, something that was really cool to see when we did the CTM stats is that Green Tea's superpower was his consistency.
Yeah.
He had, I believe for a very long time, the highest level 19 transition rate of anybody.
It lasted until, like, deep into the Hyper Tapper era.
Yeah,
which is crazy.
Yes. He only had a single top out before 19 in his entire CTM career, and I believe it was after he already won one time. He was he might have even just been goofing around up at the top. But yeah, and then next to him, oh my gosh, we have who for a while was the absolute champ of CTM, 11 titles, something that we thought could never be matched by anybody. He was the true star of that event, showing up month after month, giving players somebody to motivate them to try their best and see if they could take him down someday.
Yeah, it was an incredible run. If you wanted to say you were the best player in the world in 2018 and 2019, you had to prove it by beating Corian. And only one person, you know, really did that on a reasonably consistent basis. He still has not been matched in his total win count. I'm not even sure anyone's at double digits. I forgot how many Dog has nowadays. And there's a couple other players that were knocking on the door of it, but other than him, I don't know if anyone's there.
Right, and he was going toe-to-toe with the world champ at the time. I think Corian and Joseph faced each other 3 times in the CTM finals, and Corian did beat Joseph once in pretty dominant fashion.
That was an excellent set for that era. I remember even Joseph afterward was like, I got like multiple level 30s, multiple max outs. Like, what else am I supposed to do? He's just better today.
Yeah, so we will really see if we can have a tapping legend back in the gold bracket.
Yeah,
and
it is well within Corion's reach. He is, I think the cutoff right now is like 3 or 4. It'll probably bump up to like 4 or 5, but regardless of where in that range it is, he is more than capable of putting up that number of maxes in 2 hours.
And oh my goodness, it looks like Kataru is indeed here. So we'll be off to a little bit of a late start, but should still have plenty of time to put up a score that we all know he's capable of. Kataru, oh my goodness, this guy has done so much behind the scenes for CTM. He was probably the most prolific contributor to the Research for Summoning Salts video on Tetris that we all loved last year. He was the main person behind writing the code for the RNG in CTWC, because we don't want to generate it like the game where it's got all the pieces flipping through every frame. We want to make sure it's fair for both the players. So he really helped create that same piece set system.
Yeah, he is one of our 3 Lifetime Achievement Award laureates. He got that in, I believe it was 2023. It is just, we could go on for hours about how many weird niche things that Kataru has touched in this scene, but without him, we would not be anywhere near where we are. He is a very important figure to the history of Tetris, and he's a pretty good player to boot. How many players have ever made, multiple finals at CTWC? I think the list is 5 people.
It's a very short
and he's
list,
on it. He was arguably the 3rd best player. In that, pre-Joseph, Das era where, Jonas and Harry were kind of the top dogs, but he beat Harry multiple times.
Yeah, and Green Tea closing in on the finish of a game. It's borderline max out pace. We'll see if he can get it. It might be out of reach after this dig, but he could at least put up a really high kicker score.
Yeah, and speaking of max out, we have Dan V on the kill screen. Did not have the level 29 transition he was looking for, but he is grinding this out on level 30. Can, with one more Tetris, make this into level 31. He's more than capable of doing that. Or he might just kind of, keep his board safe, because if he messes up even slightly, oh yeah, Corion topping out with a bad transition board. But yeah, if he messes up even slightly and this board climbs and he misses that 1,000,000-point score, then this is going to be a huge time loss. You need all the games that you can get to be max outs.
And Dan V.O. with a little bit of a misdrop. And things are
is
piling up.
This is what he's being so conservative about. He doesn't want this situation, and he wants as many options as he can to get out of it.
Oh, he just needs a couple more lines. Can he get something?
Oh my God.
One more line. Oh no, 998. I believe one more single would have done it at that point.
Yep.
Oh, and that is brutal, and that's why you never take a max for granted. And Green Tea on the kill screen, Das kill screen play. Yeah. Oh my goodness, 236 lines for Green Tea.
Wow.
Incredible. 862. That'll be a great kicker score if he can get some maxes here.
Yeah, I have to imagine that's a pretty good early qualification game for Green Tea. He's got to be feeling good about that one. He's barely had time to warm up with all the TGM he was playing yesterday. Dan V though, that's a good consolation prize, but consolation it is. He is here to max. He wants to break into that first round bye general zone, which in this year even double-digit maxes isn't safe for a first-round bye, not even close. So, games like those, he's going to be feeling it if he doesn't get one of those top 16 seeds.
I love how Chris Bidwell is now the first person who's appeared on our live counter.
Yep. Yeah, you will see as more games get submitted to our stats team that the top 8 players currently qualifying will appear at the top there. The rest of them will go into that general pool. It'll take a long while before any of them will manage to, get on that board.
Yeah, so Marfram, this is your first time now that we're seeing these scores come in.
Yeah.
You rewrote this entire sheet.
From scratch.
So, can you explain what's going on here as we have these player name pops up and what work went into making this happen?
Yeah, so the process in person is can hear Green Tea laughing about some of the venue stuff. The process is actually when a player taps out, the stats team is not watching these screens ready to enter it at a moment's notice. That's not our position in life. We have so many layers of redundancy, of security, and basically what happens is we still to this day use physical paper cards. There's a judge on each stage whose job is to watch these games and wait for a good score to get ready, and they will literally write either max or the score if it's not a max on the card. They'll write the player name, they'll write their own judge code so that we can go verify if there's any issues. If it's a max, we are keeping track of how many maxes on the cards this year. That's a new feature. And once that card is ready, they will send it to either a runner or just run it themselves to the stats table where it will be entered into the sheet. And we do not enter the score until we have every last piece of information settled. We have so many layers of security here, and the reason for that is we want these qualifying data to be as accurate as physically possible. And I think we achieved that this year. I know there was some worry about especially Pixel Andy's qualifier because he had Bidwell.
Oh my
Bidwell
gosh.
going crazy.
We got some craziness going on. On CT2.
Yeah, if you are not watching all the streams, please do.
Yeah. You're going to want all of these turned up at the same time.
He is on the floor. He
oh my goodness.
Exited his chair. Can CT1 hear that? He is loud.
Oh my goodness. I could hear it from here.
Yeah.
But yeah, we got Barrett over here getting a clutch angle of that, which I'm sure will be great for replays later.
Yeah. That's going to be some B-roll. But yeah, so
right.
I remember we had some worry from the general population yesterday about Pixel Andy's max count while he was in the middle of qualifying. They thought that that had been missed somehow. The reason it wasn't is because the judges table did not receive the official submission in the form of a card at our table that he had maxed out that game. And so we did not enter it until we received that documentation, which we resolved in the middle of the qualifying session. That we have issues pop up every single year, but having them all resolved while the venue is still in session is kind of unprecedented. I remember in previous years we would be sitting in the hotel room, wanting to go to sleep, but going through hours of footage, to make sure, double check, did we get this one? Did we get that? There would be multiple scoring disputes, and in this year. What is it, Bidwell?
So there's some cool stuff we're seeing on the side here with the scores coming in. Dan Sushi, I'll give a quick shout out to him. He was our primary photographer for CTWC 2022. He did a fantastic job. He's back this year. He has, according to himself, barely touched the game this past year and was encouraged to qualify by Svavar yesterday. He wasn't sure if he'd be able to do well. He's already put up a 764K, which will get him a high seed in bronze. So congrats to Dan Sushi. Every one of our staff team is important, especially the photographers, because we need those great photos of the players like he got in 2022.
Yeah, but especially getting a score this early. Oh, as Corion hangs a bar. A 671, that's an all right kicker for the early game, but he is clearly still got a little bit of rust to shake off. Not even raising his hand to submit the score. He knows he can do better.
So we will be on max out watch for both Dan V and Green Tea this game. Green Tea is on pace.
This is an excellent transition score, for any player, let alone DAS player. You see that often talked about Tetris rate that we have, at every CTWC, and he is on easy 1.1 pace, and he's capable of doing it.
Yeah, but he knows he doesn't need the 1.1. He will take all the safety burns he needs, as he is right now, trying to set up for a safe Tetris, and there it is. Dan V, meanwhile, He might need some 29 play again, which was the which was the thorn in his side in that last game. But he should be able to get really close.
Yeah. Yeah, he has enough runway, especially because, these later levels are worth just so much more than 18 and 19. He's kind of got like, a Moneyball situation, in front of him. 800,000 points at this point in the game is well within his range to max out. He's got to keep it clean and efficient for the next couple levels, and he can tie this up with a neat little bow before kill screen with what he's got in front of him.
Yeah, if he can get these final Tetrises. And Green Tea is continuing to go. He's still on track. 753 at level 23. It's exactly where you want to be.
Yeah, and this is where that 1.1 pace came in from earlier. Is he is now playing a little safer than he needs to. You see this 20 bar drought that he just got hit by.
Yeah.
And having that little bit of buffer is crucial as Dan V is on the kill screen.
Oh, will he get it this time?
Lines. Just one more, and that bar will do it.
He's pumping his fist. He's happy this time. He gets it. Oh no, Green Tea needs something quick. Okay.
Yeah, he's got that right side open and his left built out. He can burn this.
He has no more burns available. He needs a long bar now.
Yeah.
Oh no, and there it is. Okay, his game is saved.
Yeah.
He needed that though.
That as a DAS player is one of the worst situations you can be in, where you are just out of burns because something hung. And all you can do is sit there and pray the game gives you a gift.
So that is where Green Tea's strong pace came in, because now he is needing that in order to get out of this situation.
Yeah.
A max is still possible, but he'll need to clean this out and get those final Tetrises. So he might have to even play dirty here.
Yep.
And he knows
he's
it.
Setting up.
Yeah.
Like he didn't even hesitate. This is a really weird well to play off of. But
oh no, and he's getting droughted.
Oh, no. Yeah, misses the quick tap on the tee, and another 800K for Green Tea. That's not even his kicker.
And that's tough, but he knew the situation. He got droughted, a 20-piece drought. In that situation, you just have to go for it. So that was the right move to do there.
Yeah, that's just one of those limitations of DAS play is you have to make those judgment calls late in the game. If your board is not in a set position at that point, you have to make those quick fire, weird well positions. And Green Tea has a lot of experience with that kind of end game play. It's one of the greatest skills a DAS player can have as far as like consistency, which is what he's looking for today. But it doesn't matter how consistent you are as a player. If you do not get that bar in that situation, your game is over and there's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
Because you have that hard cap at 29. And there is enough time to max for 29, but there's a lot less leeway than if you're a Dan V who can, play all the way he needs to, because there's no line cap in QUALS. He could do this with all singles if he wanted to. It would just be a waste.
So Kitaru is going to top out at 509. We'll see if he submits that.
Yeah, it looks like he is.
Yeah, because we got some very tight scoreboard watching here. So Chris Bidwell, talked to him yesterday. He is looking to set the record for longest gap in between making it into a bracket at CTWC. The last time he made it in was 2013. So if he can make it in this year, it will be a 12-year gap, something like that. But he is going to be right on the precipice because Kitaru will push him down eventually. Vince could push him down. So that would put him at...
Oh, Vince is more than could push him. Vince will.
I think he's
scrap for this.
Yeah, Bidwell is going to be down to the very last seed very quickly, so he'll be right on the precipice.
Yeah, he's probably going to have to outduel some of the players, at that 110, 109 general range.
Yeah, he'll want a high 500K. It's looking like at this point.
Yeah, so it is possible for him, but he is going to need to play well, and he is.
Yeah, it might be our 11-year-old off on the side. I see him qualifying over there. He might be the difference between Bidwell making it.
I don't actually know his name. I think that might have been Axel who showed up briefly in our top 8 zone. I see. Yeah, we're getting confirmation
on his name.
The lovely qualifying
11-year-old with the 600K PB that we have never seen before. His very first event.
Yep. Yeah, and we also have, I noticed on our qualifying board, we have Sight, the third member of Team Japan over on CT2, submitting a 540K already. I have not seen much of sight since Waku Waku. A couple of years ago, it feels like. So he is going to be like another one of those interesting wild cards to look out for. I don't know what the extent of his capabilities are.
Oh my gosh!
So he could be a silver sneak in. He could even be a gold sneak in. I don't know. So keep an eye out on him. Make sure you have that CT2 stream open because we have more good players. Obviously, these are the best of the best we got on CT1. The return of Corian and Green Tea is just magical, but we have good players on all 3 streams right now.
I just remembered, Corian has not, I believe, submitted a score yet. Because Corian knows he's capable of multiple maxes. So
like he got like a 600K at one point. Like
he knows his kicker will be higher than that.
Yeah.
So.
Like,
but we'll see. With this game, he might be going for a kicker because it's rough for max out pace, especially after that misdrop. But he could put up a 800, maybe 900K with this game if he finishes strong, which would be a good score to just throw up there.
Yeah, because that's one of the things about like, in this, hyper tapper range of play is you want to, and he hangs.
He's waiting for a T and he's just not getting,
Yeah. Oh my God, why is he's still up there? Yeah, not even going to submit. Yeah, that's the thing about this, like, hyper tapper range of play, even as elite as one is, you do kind of, at some point have to take a score early in the session just to have one. And you do want it to at least get to kill screen.
Yeah.
And he has just been kind of still finding his footing on that level 19 phase of the game. His 18's been pretty good so far, but 18 does not determine a qualifying score by itself.
Yeah, so as far as max out watch, Dan V on pace for another one. He'll probably be our player racking up max outs every 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, have people in chat mentioning that, brackets are not final. This qualifying session will finalize the bracket. We have more people still to make it up and down, possibly a couple of dropouts from our wonderful staff who just do not have time to actually play in a bracket. I know I didn't even attempt to qualify. I was so busy. I sat at that qualifying table entering scores for almost 7 uninterrupted hours yesterday. There was no time.
Very nice survival from Corian up at the top. He's shaking his head, but that was great survival with tap.
Yeah.
Usually you only see rollers derping around up that high. But he made it work. And it's a delicate dance, especially for all the staff members who also play. Last year, because I was doing commentary for CT1 during gold brackets, I forfeited qualifying because I knew I wouldn't be available. This year, we have so many great commentators. I'm doing the quals instead with you, so it actually frees me up to play.
Yeah, and I know there's a couple of staff members who are actually game time decisions right now. And we have that functionality in the spreadsheet because of how I rebuilt it. We can literally add or remove people at the press of a button right now. So, don't take it as read that all the players on these qualifying leaderboards will play. Most of the gold bracket people, I believe, will play just because it's gold bracket. That's the one that we're really here for.
Yeah, I don't expect a single dropout with gold brackets. But we might get some for silver. And right now, Dan V trying to close out another max here.
Yeah.
Got 2 Tetrises to go.
And I believe those 2 Tetrises will do it. Yeah, they will.
Yeah. Can get this before 29, nice and easy, but can also just take it safe.
Yeah, I think he knows he needs to fill that dependency. That was not a good dependency. It left him little options to burn.
He can get this with a few more lines.
Yeah. Like this is well and doable for him, and there he goes. Closes it out on level 30.
Max out for Dan V, and Bidwell during his qual ringing the bell. That's how dedicated he is to the bell.
Yep.
So Dan V marching towards gold bracket. We see him now in 61st place silver. He will get a much higher with that next max. And now we have max out watch again for Green Tea. A max is possible with this game. He's not quite on the strong pace he was last game, but if he doesn't run into a major dig, he would be able to do it.
That dependency, the key tuck is going to do wonders for him there, but that
he needs a long bar now.
Ooh.
It's possible.
He's trying to burn out that long bar dependency, but he's really high.
Oh my gosh, if he gets another long bar, his game is saved.
Oh, these squares are legendary,
and
there he goes.
It gets the spin. Perfect.
Wow.
What a recovery from Green Tea, showing off dash skills in 2025. So this is very, very borderline max out possible. He will need a really, really strong final 3 levels, and he knows it. He needs a long bar now, and he gets it. It's still possible, but he knows the pieces are not quite working out here. Okay, that was good. Gets the tuck, gets the line piece over. Oh, no!
Oh, yeah, that was a very aggressive spire up there. If he not just lost dash, if he had slightly imperfect dash, a piece could have easily caught on that spire that he wasn't expecting, and that would have just been game over.
That was great management, though. He survived a long time with that. Very precarious situation.
Yeah, and knows that that's not even his kicker, doesn't even think about submitting it.
Yep.
I think I saw Dan V reset a 19 game early, while that dig was going on. So that's, a little bit more time he's lost. I think he's out of contention for, qualifying record, but, that's probably not what he's here to do. I think he's here to, set himself up in a strong position in that top 16 range where he can kind of, end his qualifying session, take it easy for a couple of hours, get acclimated back to the convention environment, and, go in that round 1 with a little bit of freshness to him, and hopefully go beyond.
Oh my gosh, and the CT2 comm team is so great. They're over here just absolutely losing their minds over Ninja with a 1 off of Max.
Yeah, I believe that's Wiley Kent and Fractal over there. God, love both of those guys. Wiley is just one of the biggest hype men I've ever seen, fresh out of Australia, and obviously you know who Fractal is, one of our world champions, one of the nicest guys in the scene. Does things behind the scene just for good measure. Just a wonderful ambassador for this game.
Yeah, and just to confirm for people in the chat here, they don't see Corian on the list. Yeah, so Corian has not submitted a score yet because he knows he's capable of maxes.
Yeah, and like I said earlier, the team entering qualifying scores directly to our left are not entering scores directly off the board. A game does not count unless the player specifically chooses to submit it, and it will be entered after the judge has documented it, and that documentation has reached the scorer's table.
And we saw that yesterday with SV, who had the opportunity to submit multiple kickers but refused. I think because he just wanted a 0 kicker.
I was talking to him about it afterwards. I was kind of making fun of him. I'm like, there are numbers in between 0 and 1,000,000, right? And he's like, yeah, but if I don't hit a max out and I know I'm capable of maxing out every game, then what's the point? I feel like that game wasn't really worth anything to me, so I'm not going to bother. And he didn't bother.
Yeah, he got plenty of max outs to get a top seed in gold. So we will see. Corian is on max out watch this game.
Yeah, this is the Corian that we are familiar with.
Yeah, and there's another Tetris. So Corian could get his first score up here today. If he even gets a 700, 800K, we hope he submits it.
Yeah.
But it's entirely up to the player whether they want to do it. And Corian, I think, has the same attitude maybe as SV. Knows what he's capable of, doesn't want to submit anything below that. Yeah,
I know we had a player yesterday who actually realized their kicker was lower than they thought it would be, and it turns out that they just forgot to submit. That does happen sometimes. We did have video proof of it, so we did actually add it to the bracket, but it is a player's responsibility to say, I have got a score that I'm happy with. Obviously, for the max out score, they will submit it every single time. But for these kickers, they do have that leeway.
Yeah. So Corian is locked in here. He would love to get a max here. It would feel great. Get some momentum in for the rest of his qual. Perfect board, and there's a Tetris for Corian.
And 30 minutes in, he is looking for his first one.
And another Tetris. So typically for a max out, you want to get 800K by 26. That's the big checkpoint, and he's at 800K by 25. So it's looking good. Yep, take the burn. Gets the dependency filled out. Ooh, left is a little tough. Gets, oh no!
Oh no, that was a dash possible tap.
Line P, okay, L, that's good. It gives him a chance. Oh no, no! He had the J for the right and the L for the left, but didn't quite get it. But we'll see if he submits that one. Okay, he is submitting it. So Corian will get on the board. And that unfortunately will push Bidwell out of bronze.
For now.
So Bidwell will need to improve his score to stay in bronze.
God, it is wonderful to have these international players back, for the first time, since those online years. We are missing some of our wonderful international players this year. I know the big headline name is going to be Sidnev.
Yes.
Just could not do it this year. And we have plenty of, lesser known top players who just haven't been able to make it out. And I hope they do make it out one day.
Yeah. Neko from Russia.
Yeah, Neko especially, a top 5 player in the world right now, who it's possible that many people watching this have just not heard of because he, grinds the online circuit, but getting to a live event is going to be very difficult for him.
Yeah, and that's just, that's logistics with the world. And that was the logistics for Green Tea and Corian for a while. It's just hard to travel from so far away. And so we're really glad that there was the opportunity with a game and a sponsorship and everything this year to make it possible to have them here.
Yeah, no use crying over spilled milk. Let's celebrate what we got in front of us.
Yeah. So this might be an opportunity while we're early in some games and Dan V is on pace for another comfortable max out.
Yeah.
So Marfram has done an unbelievable amount of work along with several other members of the community to build an Omni stats sheet over the past year. So how would you describe the process of the journey of making this sheet?
Oh my God. So it started with an idea in some obscure YouTuber. His name was Game Scout. He had this idea of what if we had, stats in the vein of a baseball reference or, any of those classic sports databases that we can just look up every game that's ever happened, every home run a player's hit, every pass a QB is thrown, all that without having to watch the entire history of every single video we have.
Yeah.
And the two of us did that for CTM. We got Corian with a double flip.
Oh, and he saves the game.
Oh my God. He's joked about it before. He used to have a habit of every single year, that's how his games ended, but he cleanly burns out of it there. But yeah, the two of us together got every single game on record for CTM. And in the past year, we have a team of people who, through a Herculean effort, have gotten Classic Tetris League data all on deck. We have CGWC data coming in. We are missing some from the early years, so we haven't yet published that, so that you can see it. Wish we could have, but there's just so much archival footage from 10 years ago that we are tracking down. And what this allows us to do is I can put it all together in my fancy spreadsheets and make use of it and come up with numbers that answer questions that we have never been able to answer before.
Yeah, so I'll add some quick context for that. The big problem we always had is in order to have good stats, you want good recent sample sizes for players. And CTM was a start. The Masters event was a start for the top players. But again, it's a quick knockout stage bracket for the lower rounds. And there's another max out for Dan V.
Just casually puts it away on level 31 once again.
Yeah. So we'd only have a good sample size for maybe the top 10 players or so recently in CTM Masters. So adding CTL, where every top player plays each other twice every season, gave us great data for the recent past 3 months, which is what has been used for the Premier Poll. It's been used for other stuff. And we'll take a quick look at Green Tea. Going for the max here before we continue. He is on pace. There's another Tetris.
Knocks it down.
902. 3 more Tetrises to go. 2 more Tetrises to go.
Corian's in a dig too. This is, oh my God, why is he building for a Tetris
1 more
here?
Tetris to go. The first max out for Team Japan could happen here. Green Tea knows the setup where he needs to set up. There it is.
1 bar away.
1 bar away. He's got burns in hand. He's going to take the burns. He's got plenty of lines to finish setting this up. Okay.
Dependency, 1 Mino, gonna burn it out with the T.
And there it is! Max out for Green Tea! His first max out in CTWC live competition since his legendary double max game versus Joseph Saley in 2019.
At the time, not even questionable, the best set of Tetris that had ever been played. And with that one game, with that one stroke of the long bar down that well, he has already locked in a pretty decent seed in silver. But this is Green Tea we're talking about. He's not happy with a decent silver seed.
Oh my goodness, yeah. And we hear the banter between Green Tea and Corian up there saying, "Do it!"
Yeah, they're I can hear them up there cheering each other on, like coaching each other. Like these guys are, operating as a unit. They are trying to bring pride to their country because we have just not had that Japanese representation in what feels like just too long.
All right, so now that all these games are early on, we can finish discussing the culmination of this amazing match stats database, which combines CTM, CTWC, and most critically, the CTL stats.
Yes, that took so much data entry. I really want to give a specific shout out to Katsugiri, to Zempro, to Onpu, because we would not have had this without them spending tens, hundreds of hours sitting in front of VODs in order to write down all these stats that we need, to give you this information that we just would not have otherwise. And now that we have it, we have so many exciting stats that you might, hear a little in the bracket as I'm going to be feeding them to the commentators.
Yeah, so I guess to give a brief introduction to this, so this has allowed you to put together a sheet of stats of who the actual top players are in the past 3 months, right now, who's performing the best. So, how will you introduce the players we have to look forward to?
Well, the most important stat, but actually pretty much the first proper advanced stat that we made is just one called fair median score. It basically, there's a little bit more technical details, but all you need to know is the question it is trying to answer is what score do you need to get to consistently beat this player? On a more than 50% win rate.
Right.
And it is our best approximation of what a player's overall competition power is. And right now, there is one man who stands alone above the rest of the scene in the past 3 months, in 2025, and since last CTWC, and it is Dog playing Tetris. He has a 1.5 fair median score in the past 3 months. That is absurd. That is obscene. He is practically rolling over. He's rolling over like at least a quarter, maybe 40% of his games, which is just unheard of. He is on an absolute heater lately, and he's going to be the biggest one to watch.
Yeah, so to put that in context for people, so what that means, if his fair median score is 1.5, that means if you're playing a 5-game set against him, you will probably need to get higher than a 1.5, 3 games out of 5 to beat him.
Yeah, and if he's playing well, if he's on a top level run for his standards, which on the CTWC stage he has done on many occasions, you will need to roll over multiple times a set. I prepared specifically for this tournament what happened, not just what the middle of their range is, but more towards the upper portion, their top 25%. And his top 25% games are beyond 1.6 million every single game. They're like 1.66 million. And that's what you have to do, not once, not twice, but 3 times, is match that level of scoring power in order to take out just this one player. And we have other players who have really high numbers like this, who are just up and down, those top 16 seeds. But he is going to be the man to watch this tournament.
Right, and so in addition to fair median score, which was what we started out with, which is just showing the middle point.
Yeah.
Marfam also prepared upper quartile and lower quartile, showing that 75% and 25% benchmark, and Dog's 25% benchmark is perhaps even more impressive because a lot of players, they go very aggressive. So some games they score high, but then a lot of other games they crash out early. Dog, his lower 25% mark is 1.3 million.
Yeah, and that is absurd. His off days, his not his worst days, but the days where it's I'm just not feeling it today, are still better than all but 2 other people on the planet. That is just not okay. He is unreal in his consistency. And this is exactly the time to get hot, is in CTWC season. The only 2 players who, on their average days, are better than his off days are Blue Scooty and Alex T.
Yeah.
That is insane.
Yeah, so before we move on here, I want to give a quick reminder to everybody that Henk Rogers, the founder of the Tetris company, again, the legendary figure in the scene who brought over Tetris from Russia to the United States, will be signing his book, his tell-all book, The Perfect Game, from 11:30 to 11:45. There'll be a book signing over on the side here. So if you want to meet Henk Rogers, there was a fantastic feature film made about him last year called The Tetris Movie. You can meet the man himself. So we appreciate Henk and the Tetris Company for supporting us and being here, as always, every year. And Dan V, just 2 Tetrises away from another max. We'll see if he can slam it down.
Oh, this is a really weird well to play off of. This kind of like...
Yeah, he might need some 29 play here. Just
dead
burn
center
it down.
off the bottom. He has burn chances right here with his piece, my buddy. Oh, that misdrop is...
Oh, these are bad pieces.
But he gets it done into 29. Gets that bar just in time.
Shaking his head a little bit. Yeah, that was tough.
A little forehead tap. He knew what he had right there, and it was a Tetris opportunity, and he got it.
He clutched it out, though. But meanwhile, we are on max out watch again for Green Tea. Here we go. Green Tea making a run to have a stellar CTM or CTWC qual. We'll see how high he can get. He is on pace again. Again, you want to get 800K by 26, and he is only 110K away from that, with 3 levels to go. How can he navigate this? He needs like one good piece. Oh, and a dirty Tetris for Green Tea. The perfect way to burn down there.
Take a shower, buddy. That was like, what, off the wall, off the floor? Like, what is he doing? And he's back to what is basically a clean board. Like, nothing ever happened.
And there's the perfect tuck to resolve the board. Now it is perfectly clean, waiting for the Tetris. Got burns available, locked and loaded. Where's the bar? Where's the bar?
He's fine. He's got that right side open, takes the triple. He's got the runway to do that because of how well he's been scoring up until now. That clutch dirty is going to do some work for him. Oh, but he hangs on the left.
Oh, so this is tough now. Now he is going to need a really clean final 3 levels in order to get this max.
Yeah, this is the power play portion of, the pre-29 and, for DAS players, pretty much the whole game.
Okay, so that was very fortunate pieces. He knows the pace is right on border, so he's going to be going aggressive. He needs the right pieces here, though. Needs something for the left. These burns, it's allowing him to survive, but he does not want to take more burns if he can help it. And he's getting droughted at the worst possible time.
Yeah, he does not have a lot of burns to give, and this board state is going to require, pretty much all of them.
Oh, he's going to be able to improve his kicker at least.
Yeah. Maybe not with that hang.
Oh, he's going for it. He gets a line piece,
but it doesn't really do much for him. That was only like a double or a triple. He has improved his kicker by a factor of like a couple thousand points.
He might be able to squeeze one more Tetris out here. Not right here. His board's too dirty, but he can at least make it to 29.
Yeah. Yeah, every point here is going to matter for his kicker, and that's going to do it. No way a DAS player gets left and right.
Yeah. It'll improve his kicker.
Yeah. So.
All right, and so now, again, while we're early with all 3 of these players, it might be a great time to go into the stats of perhaps the attention on 2 recent incredible achievements done in the community by Dengler and Blue Scooty. The first perfect 18 max and the first perfect 19 max. So now a lot of people will be curious, what are the stats like for Scooty and Dengler?
Scooty, it's really not complicated. He's the second best player in the world right now, and it's not particularly close between him and number 3. His fair median score, his upper quartile, are well ahead, and even his off days, that lower quartile, is still pretty competitive with the likes of your Alex T's and your memes of the world.
Yeah, so to put in perspective for people, the reason why we say Dog is the clear number 1 and Scooty is the clear number 2, this FMS stat, Dog is the only player at a 1.5. Blue Scooty is the only player at a 1.4. Everybody else is 1.3 and below.
Yeah, and it's not like they're just squeaking over that line. They have like a full Tetris's worth of points of separation between, that nice round number. They are the two to beat. I know on our Premier poll, which is like kind of a new fixture of the scene, it's kind of, dominated a lot of discussion lately about like, who are the best players in the world, who ranks where. Dog is currently number one, and will even if he like doesn't win CDWC, will likely still be number one the next time the Premier poll comes out. He's just had that good of a season. But before Dog took over, the one who had 7 consecutive months at number one was Blue Scooty. So even if Dog is on a heater right now, the boy who beat Tetris is one to watch out for.
Yeah, and another stat we have available is the fair 19 and 29 and 38 percentages, which are really measuring, because a lot of times what you can bank on, even if you're a lesser player, is you're like, well, at least if I play safe and I play my best, I might be able to squeak some games here and there if my opponent tops out early.
Yep.
If we look at the fair 29 percentage, which is, again, the percentage of games a player makes it to level 29 without intentionally topping out, there's only 2 players I can see with a 100% fair 29 percentage in the last 3 months.
Yep, on the whole sheet with a reasonable sample size, it is Dog playing Tetris and Meme.
Yeah.
Not Alex T, not Blue Scooty. They have both topped out on the 19 phase before. Not even the uber consistent Hufflepuffus been that way since the tapping days, but Meme specifically. She is going to be one that I believe, those of you who watch, more on an annual basis, just the CTWC, are not going to be as familiar with. She did make gold bracket last year and got a really nice upset win in our round of 48. But after that, kind of spawned in as a like perennial top 5, top 3 player. I believe right now she is number 4 in fair median score, and she could win it all.
Right. So that's the thing where you want to get an early, an easy win against Dog and Meme. It ain't gonna happen.
No. You need to play 2 kill screen, and you need to play beyond kill screen, because we also have stats on how far they make it. Not to 39, because the difference between making it to almost that line cap and past that line cap really doesn't matter. So we use 38 for that one specifically. For Dash players, we would probably do the same thing with 28, but we're looking at who's going to win today. As far as getting deep into that kill screen run, Dog makes it to level 38 6 times out of 10.
That is like, absolutely absurd.
We ran stats on this like only a couple of years ago, and even in like the best sessions we could track from the best players in the world, like specifically lining out for the purpose of going as far as possible, they couldn't do this 40% of the time. And here's Dog doing it while also trying to put up the best pace he can against an active opponent. 60% of the time he makes it pretty much to that line cap. And right behind him in that stat are Blue Skitty at 46% and Meme at 42%.
And Dan V, another max out on the board. That is up to 5 max outs for Dan V. He's already in the gold bracket, so now this is just gravy.
Yeah, he is set in the gold bracket. It would take a freak deviation for him to be knocked out at this point, and he has, how long do we have left? Over an hour? Yeah, he'll be fine.
So, but perhaps the most interesting player we have to talk about in stats is the Dengler himself. So he really shows the power of looking at these stats and what you can learn about players.
Yeah.
So Dengler, of course, famous for he is the master of pace.
Yes.
And how do we know that?
For several reasons. I mean, obviously we saw him yesterday put out, how many maxes was it? I didn't see. I was at the scoring table, so I don't even like.
He got 12.
Yeah, I don't even internalize how many maxes people were getting because I'm in data entry mode. But 12 is honestly an underperformance from him. We've seen him, put up like 14, 15, like it's nothing the past couple of years. But in competition against an active opponent where every single point matters, as far as his average score going into the kill screen, he stands alone at the top. He has a 1.1 average into the kill screen. That is insane.
Yeah,
consistency.
The only other players who have a 1.1 into kill screen are Dog and Alex T.
Yeah.
So,
and that's with that's with the consideration, because we have a stat for this that takes into consideration games where you don't make 29, because if you don't make 29, then that's kind of your score into 29, and that deserves to be counted in your pre-29. That's with that included, and his consistency making the kill screen in the first place is maybe 3 out of 4 in competition lately. And that's kind of the interesting thing about him, is when he turns on this I need to score every single last point mode, he pays for it with some of that pre-kill screen consistency. He has like some of the lowest rates of making 19 of this tippy top level of perennial top 10 players. And I've fought this in previous years that could come back to bite him, but we saw it happen last year where he buckled down, he made the semis like it was absolutely nothing last year, and he could do it again, but he could just as easily bomb out in the top 16, and we just don't know.
Yeah, so that is the cost of Dingler's incredible pace. So again, Dingler, one of only 3 players, again, the highest into 29 score consistently, over 1.1, only one of 3 players to have that mark. But out of the top 10 players, he's also the only player with a lower than 80% lower than 80% into 29 rate. Yeah. So I think it's 77%. So that means about 23% of the time before 29, he'll give you a very easy win as an opponent. And now the other times it'll be a hard win, but if what it basically means is that because he tops out early at a higher rate, if he has that happen twice in a set, it gives the opponent a big chance for an upset.
Yeah. And as far as these players qualifying is, we've kind of been letting them do their thing.
Oh my gosh, and Corian going for his max out here.
Green Tea missing on what could have been a chance, but Corian
2 Tetrises away for Corian.
Yeah, this is just
oh no, he needs long bars now.
Oh, that dependency hurts.
Oh no!
Easy street.
Oh!
But no. And that's how it can be for these non-rolling players. Even with Corian being one of the most consistent hyper tappers on the planet, has had that 13 hertz just on command for his entire at this point 10-year career. Yeah. All it takes is a couple of weird dependencies, difficulty burning, and a weird piece sequence, and it took what looks like a beyond max out game, and it just fell apart in an instant.
Now, did we get that game submitted? I think
yeah,
maybe
he did submit that game.
Cool. Yeah. That does improve his kicker.
Yeah, I can see the score runner bringing it to the stats table right now, and so they will get that in. I have to shout out my lovely. We have some just crowd noise that's doing their best to interrupt my train of thought. But yeah, I have to shout out my lovely stats team that I have over on qualifying, because as much as I would love to do this all by myself, not really. I love having these wonderful people helping me get these scores in, get them verified, get them double, triple checked as we did. And so we have Jade Hart and Wingfryer over to my left who are covering for me. Yeah, Wingfryer especially does so much for the scene, but this weekend it has been Diane, Jade Hart, on the stats table with me, getting all of these potential issues just resolved like it's nothing. And that matters for, these players deserve to be placed exactly where they qualified. And we are out here verifying the integrity of the tournament, and it's happened, and it is all thanks to them.
So we'll look at a sort of seeding watch for Dan V. He is on the verge of getting his 6th max out. So in order to make the top 16, which is really a benchmark for these top players so they can get a first round bye, he will need 12 max outs and a good kicker. So his kicker's good enough. So all he needs is the 12 max outs, and he can get halfway there with this, and that's before the 1 hour mark. So he'll be on pace.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the benefits of, getting that weird max miss in the early stages, is he doesn't even have to think as far as games that don't max out. He doesn't have to consider oh, is this going to be a good kicker score? And especially late in the session, if a game starts off a little weird, he can just reset, try again, doesn't matter, because all he wants is that 1,000,000-point game.
Yeah. So again, that kicker score, although it was painful to miss that max, it does help him out in the long run, because if he can get 12 maxes, that kicker will automatically put him above Dengler, Guafi, and Huff.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, and so he will easily nab that first round bye with 12, and every seed upwards in that zone still has the potential to matter for having different opponents, and it's not a one-to-one translation just because of the nature of qualifying.
Yeah.
But could be an easier opponent every time he goes up in seed, and there he does with another max.
And there it is. Oh, and something's happened on CT2. See, Ninja finally got his max after that one-off earlier.
Yep. You got to keep all of these streams on. We have CT1 with with the big headliners, but CT2 they are going ballistic right now.
Yeah.
You'd think he won the championship, and the crowd is chanting.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. All right, so
yeah, I don't think Alex T popped off that hard last year when he won, and that's like the pop-off machine.
It brings back memories of when even a single max meant a lot. I remember Josh Tolles was the guy who used to do that way back in the day.
Oh my God.
You'd hear, yeah, boom, shakalaka, over in the corner of the room.
I hear legends of what he did to venues whenever he maxed out in person. Oh my God.
Oh my gosh. All right, so while we're still early with all these players, we can again go back into a little bit of stats. So again, Dog's the number 1, Blue Scooty's the number 2, but now who rounds out our top 3, 4, and 5 here?
Yeah, 3 and 4 are a little harder to determine. It's in some order, Alex T and me. Not really a question there.
Yeah.
Which you prefer is really just up to, who's hot that day, what stats you think are going to be more important. Because Alex T does have that much better pre-29 play. He's, just barely shy of the Dengler as far as overall 29 into 29 consistency and scoring power. But as far as once that kill screen hits, it's meme all the way. So it really just depends on what you value, which is better. And then past that point, we just have a, absolute chaotic group of players that could just be anyone. Fractal kind of headlines, I think probably that number 5 slot among people who are here.
Right.
But we're going to be tracking the Dengler, we're going to be tracking Huff, Dan V are all those favorites to make top 8 and possibly beyond.
But I think the clear thing I'm seeing from the stats is that we have a clear number 1, a clear number 2, and a clear 3 and 4.
Yeah.
So our top 4 are Scooty, Dog first, and then Scooty, and then Meme and Alex T.
And the more I look at these stats, the more I think Fractal is probably that 5th player.
Yeah.
But you never know, because we've had this happen before where we focus on stats in order to predict the future.
Right.
Something always happens that makes us look like a right wally after we make our predictions. Someone goes on a weird run, possibly a Tristop 2024, and just annihilates a couple of top players out of nowhere that we just, we knew Tristop could, but predicting that he would be crazy until it happened. And you never know which top player is just gonna have an off day, that lower quartile zone, and suffer a weird early exit.
Now I will say, the reason that, again, why I'm so glad Marfram and Zembro and Katsuguri and Ampu have done all these stats is, again, the real big thing was we needed bigger sample sizes recently.
Yes.
And it retroactively would have made our predictions in the past a lot more accurate.
Yes.
So, for example, Blue Scooty, I got a lot of flack for completely missing him in CTWC 2023, his 3rd place run. And the reason for that is because we did not have CTL stats.
Yes.
So Scooty's master stats were not very good because he was a player rapidly on the rise. But he did really, really well in the CTL season right before CTWC. And now that we have those stats, we see that Scooty was actually a really strong statistical player going into CTWC. We just didn't have the stats.
It was still absolutely his breakout run, the run of his life up until that point.
Yeah.
But we didn't talk about him once.
Right.
I had him in the back of my mind as I've heard about his record in CTL, but that's having a win-loss record, to quote, doesn't really fit in our old pre-show format of we have 15 minutes to talk about every player on Earth.
Yeah.
And so he kind of became a line item that got cut from the script,
Right.
in that final zone, and he made us pay for it.
Yeah.
What were we gonna do? He chose that day and that day specifically to mint himself as a top player, and it's possible somebody else doesn't.
Here we go, max out watch for Corian.
Yeah.
We'll hope the commentator curse isn't here this time. He's got so much time in the world to get these final 2 Tetrises.
Yeah.
He just needs 2 more, or 1 and change, honestly. Just take the triple.
Yeah.
Just 1 more Tetris could do it. Yeah. Well, there it is! Max out for Corian!
And max out for Green Tea on the left.
Oh my goodness!
His own game.
Double max out for Team Japan!
That's what we came here to see. That's what they flew across the ocean to do.
Do it! Just do it!
All right. So that's going to be. I got to take a look at the rest of the seating because we do have them, obviously on the right side of this Twitch stream and YouTube stream, this leaderboard, but I want to see where they rank after that,
right.
among the rest of players, and I'm going to take a look at that. Looks like with that second max out, Green Tea is probably going to take over that number 61 seed, so not a huge boost yet. Third one, just because of the crazy amount of max outs we have nowadays, even in live events. It's going to take 4, probably 5 for him to break into that gold bracket. Actually, already, the cutoff is 4 as we speak. You need 4 to make gold, and one of these players will most likely surpass that. So poor Salted Sofa put up 4 max outs and a 900 kicker, and is going to be most likely, or most possibly, in silver bracket for his troubles.
Yeah, so now the cutoffs for all of gold, silver, and bronze are starting to come into view now that we have all our final players putting up scores, and they're all kind of shifting into position. Dan V is for sure, we all knew he was going to make gold, but now he's rapidly on pace to getting a top seed. So now it comes down to, can Corian, or perhaps even Green Tea, put on a magical run in this final hour to make gold bracket again for the first time in many years?
I don't remember if a DAS player has ever gotten more than 4 max outs in a specifically CTWC qual. I know that's been kind of like the watermark for DAS players before. I think he himself hit that in 2021. I know Quades did it. A couple other players have maxed out, 4 times in our 2-hour session format. As Dan V looking to close this one out, a little early in level 29. This is just a line out for him.
Yeah, just a few more lines. He doesn't need to do anything crazy here. 997, 998. 1 more should do it. No, 999, 80. Oh my goodness.
There he goes. He ain't listening to you, Scout. He knows his numbers.
Oh my gosh, that would have been 19 points away from a max out.
Yep. Yeah, God, imagine topping out, because you think that one single is going to do it, and you're that close. And that's why he got those couple of extra lines just in case.
Yeah, you always go for an extra couple lines. Yeah, when you're a player. Just to be 100% sure.
Yep.
But yeah, so let's take a look at this. So Corian at 1 max out, and he's got a good kicker. Green Tea at 2 max outs. So what is the cutoff here for gold?
The cutoff right now, like I said, is 4 max outs and a 900K.
What 900K exactly? 927. Okay,
yeah.
So Green Tea would need to improve his kicker.
Yeah, Corian's got the kicker. He just needs to max his.
Right. So that kicker is really, really important actually, because it accounts for your maxes. So Green Tea, even if he cannot get a max, it will be very important for him to get a mid 900K. Yeah. It is worth it to play out a game if he can get that 900K.
And honestly, most games that make it to that spot for Green Tea specifically are going to be possible. Oh wow, he started pushing down a little bit. I think he's feeling the time pressure as we're now 55 minutes left in the qualifier, and it's kind of the state of the game's crystallizing for him. He's realizing that, hey, I'm on these level 18 lines that I've played about 4 squintillion times. I can grab some extra seconds here just by pushing down here and there. Obviously, he's not going to start on level 19. That would be crazy. But, he can at least save himself a bit of time here, and that could be the difference between having an extra attempt at the end of the session and not.
All right, so both Green Tea and Corian are locking in. They each need 3 good games.
Mm-hmm.
So Green Tea needs, again, 2 maxes and the mid 900K. Corian just needs the 3 maxes.
Yep.
So
yeah. So they could.
It's plenty of time to do it. It's possible.
Yeah, and these 2 players could at any moment just go on a weird bender of 3 games where they max out all 3 like it's absolutely nothing. And we don't know.
We have seen that from a vet before. I remember in 2022, Jeff, of course, the beloved vet, Boom Tetris for Jeff, he got 4 maxes in his qual as a DAS player to get back into gold bracket.
Yeah.
And that was, that was a huge overperformance for him. I mean, he's very skilled, but nobody was expecting that from him. So he showed it could be done. He had that skill in him.
Yeah, and I was mentioning before, it's like we have a few DAS players who have hit that 4, but 5 or 6 has been like kind of a difficult point. At least at CTWC, I believe I heard from someone at some point that Sharky got 6 at Jonas Cup.
Yeah, I think he had an hour and a half. Yeah, so
that
was
90-minute qual.
Yeah, that
so
was
it
fantastic.
Can be done.
Yeah.
But it just on this stage hasn't quite yet. So maybe it could be Green Tea who breaks that mold.
So again, we will be on. Let's say what is the exact mark Green Tea needs to get? 930K?
920 something. But hold that thought. I'm not spreadsheeting because I see someone we haven't really talked a lot about, Kitaru.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, Kitaru could get a max here.
Yeah, we've been focusing on the first round bye in Team Japan, but let's not forget that Kitaru has done it before and will do it again on a moment's notice. This guy is, I believe, maybe the 3rd, player with max out on video, maybe 4th or 5th, something like that.
Oh my gosh!
He goes way back.
There was a time when Kitaru was considered the prodigy kid of the scene.
Yeah. That's a weird thought. The fact that the scene has even been around that long. Like, how many players who are in our gold bracket weren't born when Kitaru was that up and coming player when the tournament was founded?
Yeah, so we'll see what Kitaru can do here. He's probably out of maxed out range just because of this really brutal drought at the wrong time, but he still can get a strong 900K. Would love to put that up. That'll get him a great seed in silver at least. The pieces are just not working out.
I don't think he has the time.
Yeah, there's a Tetris.
Yeah.
There's a Tetris.
That burn will completely nix the chance. But this will be a good 900K.
We'll see if he. Maybe thought about setting up the center wall there, but it's just going to go for one more Tetris. It'll get him a solid 900K if he can get it. Just waiting for the right pieces. He doesn't have a single line to give. He needs 2 line pieces. There's one, and there's the next. And we'll get some lines on 29 maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, and a 935 for Kitaru. It feels good to put up something like that.
Yeah, and I don't even remember what his previous best score is. It's fallen out of the top 8, and with how many maxes we have on the board, he's not exactly going into that general field. So I believe his last one was a 500K. So just seeing that improvement is going to be huge for him. That means he is, he entered this qual session late.
Yes.
Just did not get to the venue until after we did our countdown.
And here we go for Green Tea.
And so we'll call that warm up over for him.
Oh no. Okay, gets the Tetris. All right, so again, Green Tea needs 3 good games. He needs 2 maxes and a 920-something K.
Yeah, probably, we'll say 30 just for
Yeah, 930K will get him there. So he doesn't need a max this game. If he even gets 930K, that'll be okay. But he'd love to get the max.
Well, also, we have to consider the fact that it's not just that current 48 seed he's competing against, but he's competing against his own partner in Team Japan right next to him, who could also hit that 4 max with a high kicker or 5 max threshold, and bump another player down.
That is true. Okay, so 926. Okay, so with just a few lines, he can safely get that kicker that he needs.
Yeah, he's already in kicker range. Actually,
47,
Yeah, 47 seed right now has a kicker of 950. So he.
Oh yeah, though, so that he can get another kicker. That'll okay, but
he has one burn. This I think is one burn to max.
One burn to max. Okay, come on.
Or no
burns
to max.
It's not working out. Okay, but he can get the kicker. He can get the kicker.
He is capable of an extra Tetris on 29, but he's just not set up for even one
pre-29. But this is actually really important. If he can get some points here. Get the
missed.
points. Oh no.
That,
that's not good. Because he would have that kicker would have been really helpful.
Yeah. Actually, that 3,000 points could have been the difference between him passing the 47 seed AV Geek with her 951 kicker.
It's okay though. It's okay.
Did not get there.
If Green Tea again,
yeah,
he got what he needed technically with that game in his race to gold. So now he just needs 2 maxes and he will be in.
Yeah.
Unless Corian boots him out.
Yeah, that's the thing. Corian could be the one to play spoiler because they are actively competing against each other right now.
All right. So Corian going again. He needs 3 maxes.
Yeah, I know these guys. I know these guys love to play, for the pride of their country. But at the same time, it is an individual sport.
Oh my gosh! And this is going to get the kicker. It's going to come down to just tiny amounts of points because Corian's kicker is very, very close.
Yeah,
952. So that couple of points by Green Tea, if they both get 4 maxes, the tiebreaker between them will be just like the 3,000 points in the kicker.
Yeah. Oh my God.
So again, with Green Tea, he knows he needs 2 maxes. However, if he does get a higher kicker, that still will help him.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
That could be the difference between him being on the outside looking in at that 49 seed, if Corian makes it in as well, and it's squeaking into one of those later gold bracket. Obviously, at any moment, he could max, as Dan V just did.
Yes.
For, what was that, the 8th time in this session?
Yeah.
47 minutes left to play.
Right. So I'm sure
we've at this point we've just stopped mentioning it because it's just like we expect this out of him and he expects it out of himself.
Right. It'll get more intense for Dan V because these max outs are routine now. But when we get to the end of the qual, that's when his exact seeding is going to become really important.
That's when he's got to start doing the calculus on what do I need to get? What can I how aggressive do I need to be? What can I reset? How much time do I need to optimize?
Yeah.
Depends on what he's going for. Because he's not yet in that range of getting a first-round bye, which in an environment like this, you want that rest.
Yeah.
And it's always possible that, those round 0 players on the lower end of the seeding spectrum aren't pushovers. It could happen, and you just do not want to be in that position if you can so help it. And the way to so help it is keep maxing, is be that top seed. And we know he's capable of it. Dan V is kind of not one of the more talked about players in the scene, which is really weird because he has kind of been like a perennial top 10, top 15 player for as long as we've had Premier Poll data, for sure.
And Corian desperately trying to save this game. That would have been on a max out pace, but just can't do it. But a bunch more people might know about Dan V in short order because Dan V is actually one of the main players featured in this upcoming Blue Scooty documentary. He was very fortuitous to be able to go to France at the same time the documentary crew was going out there, and he put up a good performance that you'll see in the doc.
Yeah, but he has been kind of an under the radar player. I wouldn't call him a dark horse personally. I think he has the stats. I think he has the pedigree to back him up as just a bona fide top 10, top 15 player at any given moment. And that's kind of what he's, playing into right now, especially because, we don't have, every player worldwide at this tournament. So he is easily one of the top 10 players, in this tournament. And he wants to show it. He wants to put on a display of what he can do.
All right, so Kataru on another great transition here. Oh, with Das, he's trying to just get this down. Gets it. Oh no, and misses the square for the burn.
Yeah.
Little cheeky sticking out his tongue. He knows that's tough, but again, he's got his good score up there.
Yeah, he's got his warm up time. That's the biggest thing. Is he came into this venue plugged his controller in, and started playing the highest level Tetris he can possibly manage, completely cold. And so I'm not terribly surprised that it's taken him a while, to really find his footing and start getting these games in, because he is warming up while also trying to, play for max score. It's very difficult. And, most players, at, any reasonable, like, max out level will, take, 10, 15, 20 minutes, depends on the player, of just 19 starts, 29 starts, whatever they want, depending on the play style, that they're just kind of, getting their mechanics ready, getting things done, and he didn't have that.
Yeah. So we will be watching Green Tea trying to get this board down for a transition. He's got a good transition score if he can get this clean. Oh, and it's not quite working out. Okay, he gets the Tetris. It'll be okay. 557, that's a very solid transition. Now, for Team Japan Watch, again, if Corian and Green Tea both want to make the gold bracket, Green Tea needs 2 maxes plus a one-off to improve his kicker. But Green Tea can, if he is the only one to get into gold bracket, he can get there with just 2 more maxes. So he would love to get a max here because he needs 2 of them. But if he gets a 960K, that's actually okay too. That does tangibly help him. Oh no.
Oh, this is
maybe take the burns.
weird.
Oh, okay. He gets the Tetris.
No.
He gets the Tetris. He's
Yeah, no,
okay.
he didn't have burns to take because of that weird, like, shadow piece, arrangement that now he is at the bottom of the stack that he's gonna have to burn to get. And a really good couple of roof burns there.
Oh my gosh, and Corian just getting droughted into the sky.
Yeah, this happens on 18 sometimes, is you just get in a weird position, and, it's not that big of a time loss, but it is a time loss.
Oh my gosh, and DNV fighting for his life up there. That's the power of rolling.
Yeah.
Escaped what would be a near-death situation for most players.
Yeah.
And that's important because it means he doesn't waste like 5 minutes on this max attempt.
Yeah. That's time that you do not get back. You have 2 hours to get all these scores in, and it's not just one score for him. It's, like 14.
Yeah,
if
every
he can
max
so help it.
counts.
Yeah.
If he's going for the top 16 seed. So Green Tea trying to clean this up.
Yeah, 42 minutes left. He's not in a position where he can just afford to miss willy-nilly. He can miss here and there, but
Again, Green Tea would love to get at least a one-off here.
yeah.
A max would be ideal, but a one-off would help.
Yeah, a max would drastically simplify the calculus for him.
Yeah. Oh, well, the pieces work out. He needs to fill out his left. Okay, that's a good piece for the left. Yeah, just going to take the burns. Oh, this is tough. Still needs a piece for the left. Gets it. And there's the Tetris.
Yeah, I don't even think he had to quick tap that. He is one of those masters of quick tapping like it's nothing, but he just kept his stack low enough to where he didn't even need to make that, because that is a really difficult input to make. Even if it's not one of the frame-perfect taps that, he is capable of doing. So better to just not need it.
And Green Tea does reach the 800K checkpoint at level 26.
Yeah.
This is a comfortable pace for max out if he can safely navigate these final 3 levels and gets the right bars. He's got a perfect stack going. Oh my gosh. A little bit of a drought. You hate to see it. Okay, there's the Tetris.
Yeah, that is a drought that a player like Green Tea has seen, has seen millions of times, and he is well adept at handling it. His stack was low to begin the drought. He's dealing with another one right here. Takes a nice few burns to manage it.
Oh man, you don't want to see droughts like this. 25-piece drought.
Yeah.
Because every Tetris counts here. But again, a one-off will help him.
Yeah.
Okay. So one more Tetris and Green Tea will critically improve his kicker, but he really wants the max.
Yeah.
He has time for this. Okay.
Oh wow.
Oh, this is going to be tough for Green Tea.
Yeah.
He might want to take the triple. Okay. He needs something. Okay.
He needs an extra one on 29.
Oh, and he doesn't have any burns to give.
Yeah,
okay.
He knows it too. He needs
this
an
is
extra.
critical. Will he get? If he can even take a triple, just take the triple. Oh my
God.
gosh. Will he get? Oh no. Okay, but that's good for Green Tea. He does improve his kicker.
Yeah, and that is exactly that break point he needed in order to potentially knock yet another player out of the bracket.
Okay. All right. So Green Tea has now gotten his kicker to where it needs to be.
Yeah.
Now he just needs the 2 maxes.
Yeah, at this point, if his goal is make gold, kicker doesn't matter anymore. He needs maxes, and he needs them fast. We have 40 minutes to go.
Okay. But that's good. I mean, Green Tea's definitely shown he's got it in him to get 2
Yeah.
more maxes.
Yeah, he's just that late stage play is just the biggest pressure scenario, and one little misdrop can send your board kind of spiraling. One drought like that 25 he just had there, if not managed in like just the right way, because it is a critical skill managing droughts like that, can end a max out chance. So he's got to put it together.
Yeah. No, that was just tough because, again, Green Tea played that end game so well. It was just those 2 little bit longer than normal droughts that really burned up all of his cushion that he had.
Yeah.
So to finish one off, again, the kicker does help, but now it's just, it comes down to those 2 maxes.
Yeah, but I can see on the other stage, and you can see it on the top right of your screen where we have these active players qualifying. We do have a max out coming in from Nima, which the venue went absolutely bananas over.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Congrats to Nima.
That's huge. Locks him into silver for sure, but he's got some more time to get his footing underneath him.
All right, so I will be right back in just a minute.
Yep. And he's not even rolling. Yeah. Yeah, so I guess this is a great chance to just look at, who else is qualifying. We've talked a little bit about, yet another child prodigy that just kind of spawned in on the bracket today. I'm struggling to remember his name, but I'm going to pull it up right now. Let's see. Yeah, Axel, 600K player, 11 years old, waltzed into the venue today, said, "Hey, can I play?" And is doing his best to make it into that bronze bracket. That cutoff is rapidly increasing. Yesterday it was in the 300K range, but now it's like easily in the 500s, like, and a good 500 too. And we got guys like Vince and Total Radness on CT3, getting their scores in. I mean, Vince could probably sneak into bronze. That would be funny. Make bracket at his own tournament. Can't remember the last time he did that. Bidwell is still in a safe position for bronze with a 556. Don't remember when he got that, but that's pretty good. Dan Sushi is also safely in bronze right now. So, just goes to show you need to be watching all of these streams at all times, because we have interesting players and storylines developing everywhere, and us here at CT1, we can't do it all alone. We have amazing commentators over on CT2 and CT3, and keep that open. All right, now we got another decent chance, not just from Dan V, who, like we've said, we've come to expect this from him, but Kataru. Me personally, I like a 500K into 19 as a DAS player. I especially like a 550, but that's in a transition, and he is just barely over 100 lines already. This is a great position for him. Knocks down another Tetris. I would be thrilled to have this transition score. That 80% Tetris rate barely drops down to 79, but he has his chance. His warm up is long in the rear view at this point.
So, yeah, all 4 players doing well
Yeah.
in these games so far. They're all safe. They're all on the paces they want to be on. Dan V again. Oh my goodness, playing up high, showing the power of rolling. Again, it's really cool that we see just sort of legends of all 3 play styles up here.
Yeah, he didn't even blink through that. He's just like, yeah, I play up here sometimes. Like, deal with it. Like, this is what I can do. He doesn't have to play quite the same game that Kataru and Green Tea have to play, where their boards cannot go above 6 rows up on 19. He doesn't have to necessarily take these safe maintenance burns at the bottom of the stack. he doesn't have to worry like Corian does. Like, oh, is my hertz going to be off, here and there? Do I have to account for that?
Yes.
So he can fling pieces like he's controlling them with his mind.
So green cheat transitions with 490. That is lower than he would like for a comfortable max. It's still possible, but he will need a really good 19.
Yeah, he's probably maxed off of a game like this before, but this is not easy street for him by any means.
It's tough. You would want to be in the position of just needing to go for the kicker in this situation, because now he does need maxes.
Yeah.
Another kicker won't really improve his situation, but it's possible.
Yeah, he's gotten pretty much exactly the kicker he needs.
So he just wants to get a couple quick Tetrises right here to get back on a more comfortable pace. That way he doesn't have to push his aggression so much like he has been right now, because it just puts him in a more vulnerable position.
Yeah, with this score where he's at, he's got to basically amp up and take advantage of the fact that these later levels do give more points per Tetris, because the score scales up every single level, even if you're making it all the way deep into that kill screen.
Yeah, so the checkpoints, again, you want to be at 600K by 21 for a comfortable max, and he's a little bit behind that. And again, that miss drop is tough. We're going to see, okay, nice tuck. We'll see what he can get in there. Oh, nice T-tuck, but now he needs a line piece. Oh, could he get a dirty Tetris? Oh, not quite. He'll just take the triple.
Yeah.
Again, this is tough because, again, these are burns he doesn't really have to give.
Yeah, this one might just be take the L, maybe. Maybe take the.
Well, you can at least go aggressive.
Yeah, take it for the practice it is. Go all out. If you top out, whatever. Because this game, if you play safe in this game, it's not happening. Not at this position.
So there's nothing wrong with going super aggressive here, because maybe you can get back on track for max. Okay, he knows.
He knows. He saw it.
Yeah.
He saw that hang. Didn't even attempt. That is diggable for a dash player. The two of us could make that. We're not even green T, but he saw that hang and he said, "There's no way I max this out, and I need to max out." And so he reset the game. He reset the cartridge from there.
Yeah, and so we are on race to gold for Team Japan, and Corian again needs 3 maxes, but he can get. He would really love to start getting them now, so he's on pace for one of them right here.
Yeah, that's only going to be a triple right there. Missing one solitary Mino. But Corian is a man who takes his burns. He doesn't like doing these weird off the floor wells or weird column 7 stuff. He wants to be in this comfortable right well position, stacking cleanly as quickly as possible, and he will take the minor pace hit for the long-term consistency.
Yeah, so Corian very comfortable. He's reaching 800K by 23. So again, 3 levels ahead of where you would need to comfortably get a max out. So he can play this very safe.
Yeah, he does finally have that 1.3 game in. I know that was kind of a white whale of his for years. He was stuck at that 1.27.
He hung the bar. Yeah.
And he had a few other near misses as far as high 1.2s, but he has locked up that 1.3, which is kind of puts you in the pantheon of hyper tappers.
Yeah, so this is a really crucial game for Corian. He does not want to miss this one, because it'll really improve his chances of making gold to just lock this one up.
Yeah, but the point I was making is this is comfortable territory for him. Yeah.
That parity was really tough for a moment, but he got the long bar to get things down and reset things.
Yeah, still not great
No.
parity. That
Terrible squares. Okay, he gets the Tetris. That was really, really crucial right there. He is right at the finish line. He can play this ultra safe. He does not want to miss this one.
Yeah, you can see that kind of outline of a T-piece. That is a sign that your board is, maybe not visually obviously unhealthy, but
one
has
Tetris
some
to go.
Mathematical issues going on with it.
He's got it set up. He can take all the burns in the world.
Yeah.
Oh no. The board, open it up. Oh, okay. He needs the right piece.
Oh
no.
Yeah, that was a weird case where he was getting vertical burn pieces but taking flat burns, and now he is up higher than he wants to be.
He can get this open. Okay, needs a line piece now.
Good
okay, needs a line piece now. Now. Okay, he gets the line piece, but it's too late.
Oh, no.
Oh.
He could just barely get this over.
Oh, man.
No dice.
Oh, that is tough. It does technically improve Corian's kicker.
Yeah, but just improving the kicker does not improve his lot in life, and I think he knows it at this point. He needs the maxes and nothing else.
It is still possible for Corian. He has time for 3 maxes, but
absolutely.
the time is running out quick now.
Yeah. Yeah, like I've been talking pretty much this whole session about how players like this can go on a heater and just knock him out, in consecutive games, and that's pretty much what he needs to do from here on out.
Yeah, and it may have been the nerves there because when you get just one Tetris away, you know how close it is.
Yeah.
It can start,
Well, it's been so long since we've had to deal with this live environment. He had Waku Waku, a couple of years ago, but like as far as like the big stage with this, with all these lights and a full crowd that has been developing over the course of, the Saturday morning session.
Yeah.
That weighs heavily on the nerves.
Yeah, so we just hit the 30-minute mark. So players have time for about just barely 4 more full-length games before their final time cutoff. So theoretically, you could have about 5 games go to kill screen again, squeaking in that final game right before the time cuts off. But that sort of puts it in perspective. So Corian, again, he needs 2 max outs in this next half an hour, and then he can squeak in another game and then just try and get a max out in that final game, and it'll be possible for him.
Yeah, with the exception of Dan V, he has a little bit more than that 4 or 5 just because he's been, committing to this 19 start thing, that the tippy top players are doing nowadays, to get those max outs, to get more opportunities in this 2-hour span we got. So he is still within range of a 14 or 15 zone. He had a couple of misses, a couple of like early game resets, and obviously that very first game with a 9-9-8 that he's going to be thinking about, unless he can get a couple more of that first round by, and then he can kind of like breathe a sigh of relief.
Yeah, meanwhile Dan V showing no signs of jet lag here. He's a little bit off pace for a max before 29 in this game, but again, he has the 29 play. He could still nail this one, and he's already at 10. If he gets to 11, he will not just be looking to get a top 16 seed. He could potentially even break the top 8 and actually finish the highest of any British player because SV did not submit a kicker. All he needs to do is get to 14, and with his kicker already locked in, that will bump him up against everybody and actually even put him above Cobra, the current 4th seed.
Yeah.
He could get a top 4 seed.
Yeah, and these two like tippy top level Brits of Dan V and SV have been just in a fierce rivalry since they both ascended to top players. They're both like perennially in like that top 10, top 15 sort of zone.
Yeah.
Neither one has ever really had like a long-term advantage over the other in our Premier Poll rankings.
Yeah.
I don't know their match history offhandedly, and I kind of don't want to look it up right now because I want to watch every single game that we have remaining. But as far as I know, it's not really lopsided one way or another. So having that having that little win over SV, once they get back to their homelands, will be a little sweet, I have to imagine.
All right, so now as Dan V is wrapping up this max, we will next be watching Green T, who again is on borderline max out pace. He's going aggressive because he knows he wants to get back on a more comfortable pace where he does not have to push his aggression so hard. Oh my goodness, and this is tough. He needs a piece for the left, and he's getting, oh my gosh, was that 5 S pieces in a row? And that is going to end the game. Holy crap, that does not happen very often.
Yeah.
If you know stuff about NES Tetris RNG, there's actually a thing in the code that re-rolls the piece once every time you get a double piece. So it's designed to avoid situations like that, but sometimes they rarely happen, but they do happen. And Dan V is not going to get this max out. Oh.
Yeah.
So that's tough. He does still have time to get 4 more maxes and get a top 4 seed.
Yeah, there are some pieces which, due to quirks of NES Tetris randomization, you can't get 5 of them in a row. Long bar is one of them. Some other, more friendly pieces are in that zone, but S, one of the harder pieces to deal with in this game, just can. I've seen 6, 7 in a row before, if I remember right. I know I've seen 6.
So I'm going to take a quick moment here while we're early in these games to get, been waiting years to get this for our player stats database, new photo of Green T.
Oh, good Lord, yeah. I don't even know, what have we been using for him? Is it CTWC 2019? Yeah, God, I love being able to update. Every time we get like a high quality photo of one of these like really top level players, one of these beloved players, it's a good day. Today is a good day. Yeah, all these players shaking off those last games. Couple of disappointing endings for some of them, but they are professionals. They are used to this format, and they are right back into it like nothing ever happened. And already off to pretty decent starts are Green Tea and Dan V. Dan V maybe less so by his standards, but he's fine. Like this is still well within what he wants. Yeah, Kataru up high, probably not going to play this one out too much further. Corian a little further in. All right, and it looks like we have the pictures now. We will be able to see those online in the CTM and newly released just this week CTL Stats Archives.
Yeah, so one of the big things about that, because we want to make them look really nice, we have photos of all the players, and I've tried to use as many recent photos of players as possible. I've attended regionals and taken photos of each of them, but Corian and Green Tea, I was not taking photos back in 2019 when the last time I saw them. So, and Green Tea is still wearing the same iconic shirt that he did when he first came to CTWC in 2018.
and you know what else he's wearing is exactly that same bright smile that never leaves his face once while he's on this stage playing Tetris.
Yeah. So, to answer the person in the chat, OG Happy Dude, yes, this is still qualification, but this is basically the first phase of the tournament. It's hugely important.
Yeah, qualifying, counts as a part of the tournament. There's always every single year a player who, feels like they should be making gold bracket, 100% of the time, who just has an off day, and that's, part of your lot in life. It does, drastically matter. Getting as high a seed as you can physically get. You do have to play every last second of this 2-hour block at the max level that you can, because every seed improves your lot in life.
Yeah. So with Dan V, again, we are on top 4 watch. Again, this is gravy for him at this point. He's already got a great seed. But with 2 more maxes, he will make the top 16, which will earn him a first-round bye. That's a big milestone. But 4 maxes would get him that golden top 4 seed.
And he's out here spin tucking in quals like it's nothing. Like he's done this
no,
weird hang. He can do that. Like he can burn out of this.
Okay, we'll see. We'll see.
Game
okay.
ending necessarily.
Whoa, it's very tight. Okay, he needs another piece for left. Oh, and that burns nothing. This is going to be tough.
Yeah.
Okay, to keep the 14 max stream alive, he kind of needs to clutch this out here.
Now that is a bad hang. Those earlier hangs he can deal with. That was a toughie.
And there's just nothing really he could do even with rolling. I think 4 maxes. He could get 3 maxes in 21 minutes, but it's very tight.
God, someone in the crowd was not happy about that. Possibly less so than Danby himself.
So again, he just needs 2 more maxes to get a top 16 seed, and that's basically the big milestone he has to reach. Because again, every point at which you improve your seed at this point will give you theoretically an easier opponent in the early rounds.
Yeah.
So again, that helps you because every round you go further, you get a bigger share of the prize pool, which is already up to $12,000 thanks to our very generous donors. So again, thank you so much to people who have donated so far. This goes to the players. If you go to Matcherino, if you type it in chat, you get there. And oh my gosh, here we go, Corian.
Yeah.
He really needs this max.
Corian is cruising in this game.
Yes,
he's had a few like this that have not quite gone his way, but this could mean everything for him.
Yes, a max right here would be huge. Takes off a lot of the pressure in the final moments, gives him some great confidence going into the final home stretch here. Again, he can play this safe. He is ahead of pace. Again, level 24, 800K. Usually just need to get that by level 26. So again, he's taking the burns. He's already been in this situation last game.
Yeah.
He knows he can play it safe this time.
Yeah, and he's this player that, in this competitive environment, can pull off that max out. He was the first player to pull it off in competition before even Joseph did.
That is right. He was the very first, and I believe it was against Yanni.
Yeah, it was. It depends. It depends what you count. He did play an exhibition game against Jonas Neubauer.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah, he if you count the exhibition, it's that, and if you don't, it's still a CTM game against Yanni Herlevy in the finals in one of the 2018 ones. I don't remember which. So before even Joseph did it, before anyone else did it.
Oh, Corian could get a dirty Tetris here. He needs a line piece now, and it's not coming.
No.
Oh no! And that is tough. That is tough. Corian still has time. It is still possible.
Yeah.
But he needs basically, it's getting to the point where he might need 3 max outs in a row to close things out.
Yeah. There is no time. He cannot even like afford to like sit here and like reset weird starts on 18 anymore. He cannot.
Well, it's got to be very early.
Yeah, he cannot afford to get to transition and have another case like that where he is in range of it but doesn't close it out. He is now at the point where if he wants to make that gold bracket, he needs 3 right now.
And Green Team, meanwhile, trying to save this game, needs a line piece now. 32-piece drought. Oh my goodness. When the line piece comes, 1 piece. Oh, he doesn't have that cleared. Okay, this is still possible. Oh, it's opened up.
Flat burn puts a weird Mino.
And he gets the line piece.
Well.
Oh, and he has multiple long bar dependencies, but he gets at least 1.
Yeah.
He's just trying to save this game because he could get a max here, and this, again, would be huge. Green Team needs 2, which is especially tough as a DAS player.
Yeah, he has the pace for it, but the board state is just going to evaporate that over time.
The pace is really tough. He
he
knows he wants to get this quickly.
Ooh,
oh, no, and that
misdrop is huge. Yeah, he can burn out of this because you got that, game-saving J off to the left.
Every line is precious. Oh, my gosh, and S&Z bursted. That's tough. That's tough.
Not happening. That spire started forming, and I think he just kind of realized it on his way up. Like, yep, let's just get out of here.
It's okay. Green Team and Corian still have time, but it's just slipping. The time is slipping away as we go further and further here towards the finish line. So, and again, just a reminder to everybody in the audience, Henk Rogers' book signing is beginning at 11:30 a.m. So that is in just 3 minutes if you want to meet the man himself, the founder of the Tetris company, the man who went to the Soviet Union to get Tetris out of there.
Yep.
And read his book about the crazy story behind what really happens.
Yeah, there's a whole movie about it now, too.
Yeah, but if you want to hear from the man himself,
yeah,
because the movie, of course, it has some dramatizations. There is a giant car chase infamously at the end, which I love how in an interview he said that the reason that scene is inaccurate is because of Alexei's driving in real life. Like, that wouldn't have been able to happen. Like, the director in a later interview said, like, that was to metaphorically represent the threat of the KGB upon them. But yeah, so you can hear the real story from his book, what the metaphor behind the car chase, basically.
I would have taken it if somebody made a movie and said, like, yeah, I got in a high-speed car chase, halfway across the world, ended up coming out of it, looking like the man. I wouldn't correct them. I would have taken that. But nope, you got the real story over there on the side station in all of 1 minute. So yeah, take your chance. Yeah, looks like Dan B well on the way to yet another max out. Gonna get this one will bring him up to 11, which does increase his seed. That's not nothing. I'm not going to look up like who specifically he would be facing if he got this because there's still plenty of time left. But having a higher seed, even though it doesn't always improve your bracket path, gives you a much higher chance every single time you move up of getting an easier player to fight, especially once you hit that break point of having a round 1 bye because only the top 48 make it to gold. Just exponentially increases the leeway you have for your bracket path because then he'll have all day to sit in the warm-up room, work off some jet lag. He can go back to his hotel, take a nap, go to one of these mini restaurants here in beautiful Pasadena, get some good food, something like that.
Yeah. So now we are looking at Corian. Has got an 82%. Is going to increase there to still 82% Tetris rate. He is on a mission this game. This game is, again, if he wants to make gold, he'll make a good seed in silver. He'll still get to play. We'll still get to see him in action. But again, to get to that gold bracket, this game is nearing must-max territory for Corian. Because he does not quite have time for 2 more full games after this. And again, he needs 3 maxes. If he can get a max here, that takes all the pressure off for a few minutes at least.
Yeah, the good news is that the session does not end, in a sense, at that 2-hour mark. If you have a game already started, before that timer hits 0, you are allowed to finish out that game. Even if it's 1 second left on the timer, if you hit a start in time, to get that first piece to spawn, with that 1 second on the clock, you have the entirety of that game to play out and get that last max out. It's a lot of pressure, and you don't want to be in that position because it's like, okay, there's nothing I can do here. I have to max out now or never. But it's just a little bit of leeway that he is going to have to make use of.
Oh man, it's Dan V fighting for this max here.
Wow.
It's not, oh my gosh, it's very difficult even for Rolling to dig out of this because a single misdrop like we just saw can affect things. Oh, and he misses it. Oh.
Yeah, they just had a Mino a little bit too high.
Yeah.
Maybe didn't get those taps in, because one of the things about rolling and hyper tapping is unlike with dash, you have to time when you start your taps after the piece spawns, and that is a really difficult skill, to keep at 100% all the time. And I think what happened there is he was just a couple frames late on starting his rolling motion, and it happened to snag on this really weird stray Mino he had up there, and that was it.
Yeah,
that was makeable. I've seen him make worse digs than that, and chop the stack down like it's nothing. But those are not 100% plays by a long shot.
Yeah. So Dan V, again, he needs 2 more maxes for that top 16 seed. So he has time to do it, but he is getting into the territory where he will want to get that one of the 2 maxes fairly quickly. And Corian, here we go. This is the end game for him. 761 at level 22.
Yeah.
Strong pace. He needs a max to keep the gold dream alive here.
And he's been here before in the past 2 hours of play, but he needs to close it out, and he knows it. He's capable of it. But
takes the triple. Again, the right move there. He can play safe. Oh, and he's not quite getting the pieces because, again, it doesn't feel great to take the burns, even if you know you can take them, because you never know when a drought's going to get you. Oh, and taking the triple. It's okay. It's okay for now.
Yeah, he was on so far beyond pace of what he needed that he can afford to play his
up to a certain point. Okay, so he hits
conservative style.
818. He hits the 800K mark again. 2 levels early at level 24.
Yeah.
There we go. Every Tetris, it's just a sigh of relief.
Yeah, and the benefit of this too is maxing out. Not all max outs in a qualifying scenario are created equal, because if you max out, for a roller on like level 32 or for a tapper on like 28, which is like kind of a late max out for these players, that still costs you, a minute or 2 of extra time to get to that point.
Very nice middle Tetris for Corian.
Like if he locks us up on like 27, I think he can get this just barely into 27. If he locks that up then, that's another set of seconds, maybe even set of minutes that he's saving that he could use at the end of the session to reset a really weird start.
Okay, but here we go. This is Corian's position. He's been here twice, so close to a max. Might just want to burn it down and get this final Tetris, because again, he needs some change here. He can get the change by just burning down, and then it will just be 1 Tetris to go. He can get it on level 28.
And he's clean.
Here we go. 1 Tetris for Corian, and he can get the max.
That stack
waiting to set it
ugly, but for these top level players, they see the game differently, and he saw exactly
and
that.
There it is! Max out for Corian! Here we go! Corian! 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 Just do it!
Oh my God.
Here we go. So the gold dream is alive for Corian. He needs 2 maxes and he is in. He has 10 minutes to get the first max.
Yep. He needed that in the worst way. This is how it starts.
But here we go. Now we have another max out watch for Green Tea. He's right on pace for a max.
And to an extent, Kataro as well. These players are pulling it down to the wire. I was thinking, like, we might have, like, a clearer idea of, like, oh yeah, they'll be comfortably in gold, or it's like, okay, they had an off day, but nope, they are using every last second of this 2-hour session. It's got to be exhausting.
Here we go. This is
top level Tetris this long.
This is the end game for Green Tea. A max isn't essential in this game, but he would really, really love to get it.
Yeah.
It's very, very helpful for his gold dreams if he can close this out. Here we go. 3 Tetrises to go for Green Tea.
You could even do it with like 2 and change, I think.
All right, here we go. 2 Tetrises to go for Green Tea. He's got the time to do it. It all comes down to level 28. He's got it set up. Waiting for the bar. There it is. One Tetris to go. Waiting to set it up. There it is. One more bar.
He just needs a bar.
Where's the bar? He has 2 lines to burn if he needs them. Oh no!
The S flat.
And it's blocked. He has 1 line he can do. Where's the bar? Okay, he takes the bar, and there it is!
Team Japan with the clutch in the closing minutes of this qualifying session. 2 max outs coming in.
The dream is alive for both. Corion and Green Tea returning for the first time in person since 2019. They both have a chance to make gold bracket here, and it is clutch time. 9 minutes to go on the clock. So again, Green Tea now up to 3 maxes.
Yeah.
Just needs 1 more max out. Corion needs 2.
Yeah, once it hits the score table.
So again, Green Tea has time for about 2 more full games because he's got this one where he's got 8 minutes on the clock. He can play this one about how he wants. Because if this game doesn't happen, he's got 1 more chance. He's got all the time in the world. He would love to wrap it up right here. But if this game goes bad, if it's not on a good pace, he can reset it. He's got 8 minutes to sort of get himself in a position to get in a strong pace to close out this final max out.
He has a level of leeway that Corion doesn't right now. Because he could even, and I think he will, just play this one out. And even if he doesn't make it, probably has the chance to, things aren't going his way on 19, just take the L, top out, move on. Because he needs 1 more game in order to make that gold bracket cutoff right now. Yeah,
so Corion is in a position where, again, a level 18 start max out, which is what he's going to want to do, is going to take about 8 minutes or more. And he has just crossed that threshold. So now he had the opportunity to reset this game if it was going really bad early on, but it's going decently. It's the start he wants. So he's now, at this point, again, the gold race, he's kind of committed to this game. He wants to close this one out and get the max here.
Yeah, it is so much better to not need that leeway when you have it.
So yeah, Corion kind of has 2 full games left where he needs maxes in both of them. Green Tea has 2 full games or a couple half games available. Just get in position for 1 max. And that would really, really be incredible to see Green Tea in gold, to still have all 3 play styles represented in the year of our Lord 2025.
and some of the few players from that pre-online era, in 2018, 2019, who are still around and are still kicking and wowing us at every moment.
And Corion dealing with, oh my gosh, a 36, 37-piece drought, finally gets the Tetris. But again, you hate to see those droughts because it just causes, more burn lines to slip away. And another max out for Dan V.
Oh my God, and that was an early one too. That was level 24.
Oh, incredible. Okay,
yeah,
so
that's huge. If he gets another one like that, I believe he has narrowly enough time to get even an extra game at the end of the session. But no, he's not even going to take it.
Yeah,
he's not going to go for that, really low percentage max out, like really early, like he just got. He's just going to bank his time, take an 18 start, and try to go for like the higher percentage chance of landing it.
Yeah, so so Dan V at this point, his end game is he just needs 1 more max, and he will get 14th seed, which is great.
That's huge. The difference between maxing this game and not is the difference between having a first round bye and that huge rest period for pretty much the whole day and not. And I think he knows that.
Cool. A little bit of a shaky misdraw for Green Tea. Nothing too serious. It is level 18, although... Oh, yeah, and gets the perfect square.
Yeah, now we're at that point where like these weird mechanical flubs, that really didn't matter early in the session because you have 2 hours, to make up for them, can start to matter. I saw Danby accidentally double flip a piece and then react to it and then flip it again in order to keep the stack clean. It would have been, kind of a pain if he hadn't have done that. And these things matter at this stage of our session.
All right, so here we go. This is a crucial game for Corian. He just transitioned at 570.
And Green Tea up really high.
Yeah. And we got Wing Fryer, the most enthusiastic judge of all time, cheering on Team Japan. So Green Tea, he does not need a max this game. He'd love to get it, but he still has a game or two to give. He has a little bit of time. Corian needs this max.
Yeah, and that wasn't...
Oh, no. No.
And that wasn't just a cheer either. That was our 5-minute warning on this session.
This is a crucial dig for Corian to keep his gold dream alive. Can he get the right pieces? Great tap over. Needs some pieces to get this down. Okay.
This could be a Tetris, whether he takes it or not. He'll just burn out of it.
Okay, just take the triple. Yeah.
This is how Corian likes to play. He does not want to, take what could be an aggressive Tetris setup there.
Oh, he might try for the dirty Tetris here. Yeah, or the center wall Tetris at least. Pieces aren't quite working out.
Yeah.
Again, he's not on like super comfortable pace here. So he doesn't want to burn longer than he has to. But again,
he burns exactly as much as he needs to get to that comfortable, on that last row, right side well that you'll see every top player gravitate to. And he's at it. He can cruise from this position. His 19 skills are, up there with any of the best tappers in the world.
Yeah, and Green Tea also, he transitioned a little bit lower. He probably wants to play this super aggressive because he only has 3.5 minutes to reset.
Yeah, it was huge to get out of that dig earlier because he got in a really weird dig earlier where it's like he does not have time to, take the L on this one.
Oh my gosh, Corian going aggressive, and it pays off.
Yeah, so Green Tea needs to pull something out of a hat, this 19 efficiency, with that DAS playstyle, the least mobile, of the three ways to move the pieces. But he can do it. It's him.
This game is do or die for Corian to keep the gold dreams alive.
High
my gosh, he can save this game. He needs the right piece to open it up. Oh, the well is opened up. Where is the long bar? Where is the long bar for Corian? There it is. There it is. He's okay. This is the end game. He's reached the checkpoint of 800K by 26. Trying to burn this down.
And he's in that power play late in the game where Tetrises are worth more.
Yes. And he gets it open. Out. All right, 8:45 at 27. He needs 5 more Tetrises, I believe.
Yeah, I don't know if, he can
here we
see it now. He does not have time to sit here and burn out and go for the right well and only right well. He is playing with minimum burn strats here.
He's going to have to do this with the left well.
He can get.
Oh, maybe even a center well.
Oh my God! Yeah, he is going.
Oh yeah, there we go.
He's going wherever the game takes him right now.
Oh, this is going to be tight. This is going to be tight.
Yeah, he has no burns remaining. He has to Tetris here.
Okay, and maybe even set up a center well.
Yeah,
a center well. He might need points on 29.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, he's going to be just short. He's going to have to clutch it out with tap on the kill screen. Can he do it? Here we go.
Oh my God.
Oh my gosh. Oh no. 990K.
He can't make it.
Oh.
90 and Green Tea tops out as well.
And Green Tea.
They have one more game.
Last game. Okay, so unfortunately, gold bracket is not possible for Corian at this point, but he can still improve his position in the silver bracket, and Green Tea has one more game to get a max.
He has to max out, does Green Tea. No other score will get him in this gold bracket. It's a great run for Corian. Unfortunate that he just cannot, put that last piece where it needed to go. Just took too many burns in that end game, and he will be in a really nice position in that silver bracket. We'll have a high seed. We'll be one of the contenders to win that. As we get into our 1 minute warning, Wing Fryer making sure the players know that.
So here we go. So Corian and Kataru's fates are kind of sealed at this point.
Yeah.
They know where they're going to be. Kataru's going to have a spot in silver.
Yeah.
And Corion's going to have a great spot in silver too. Now, the stakes are high for Dan V and Green Tea. Dan V has a first round bye in gold on the line, and Green Tea has gold on the line.
And Dan V is...
Oh, no. Green Tea has barely enough time to reset. He might want to reset right now if he can't dig out of this.
Yeah,
it's reset now.
He literally looked up at the screen on the timer on the big screen beneath it, but behind him.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up. All these players are locked into their final game. Here we go. One game to max.
It is now or never for Green Tea to make this gold bracket and for Dan V to lock up this first round bye that ever important for these top 10 players that he is.
Oh my goodness, this is getting a little tough for Dan V.
Yeah, and even on the side streams, don't you forget CT2 and 3. We have players with active games still rolling. And it's not like this means nothing for Kataru and Corion. A max out for either of them, or I believe for Kataru, even a higher 900K will improve their seeding. It's not guaranteed to make their bracket path easier, but it's a higher percentage chance of having a more easy opponent to deal with every time you move up in seed.
Oh, and this is precarious for Green Tea. He has to clutch up this 18 dig to just keep this game alive.
Yeah, not only is this a dig, I know he can dig this. The problem is that pace is falling behind. You can see that oft-mentioned Tetris rate, ticking down every single time he burns because it's so early in the game. But
it's early enough. Again, he just needs to survive and gets this down. Meanwhile, Kataru looks like it's going to be the end of his run at 480K. So Kataru, still a great showing from the two-time CTWC finalist.
Yes.
Congrats to Kataru for getting what is likely a 78th seed in silver.
Yeah, in an abbreviated session with no warm-up either.
Yeah.
Not a lot of players would have had, the mental fortitude to, put up a 900K score off of that, and especially not with all the behind-the-scenes work he's been doing for this wonderful organization. Ran a whole tournament for TGM yesterday. Just amazing from Kataru.
And Green Tea now finally has his board in a better state and just trying to get, he's got it open again. Just trying to get back to Tetris's. He's got that 39% Tetris rate. You want that above 60% if you're going.
At Dan V. He's at that point now where it doesn't matter where he gets his max as long as he gets his max. And with 3 burns to go before 29, he's going to need to do it deep into that kill screen. And he needs this max if he can so help it. He's in that gold bracket, and so that's all you need to be able to win, but he's really up high and would really appreciate something here, doing flat burns left and right, trying to keep this max chance alive. He's maxed worse than this before, I'm sure.
Oh my goodness, these are some clutch rolls. Very nice L piece there. Oh, can he get the line? Oh, okay.
Beautiful. Down to the bottom, has a couple of aminos to build off of, because building from perfect clear can be weirdly difficult. Just taking his time. He knows that he can just sit here and line out for as long as he needs. These are unmodified consoles, and there's no line cap in the qualification. Not like he's losing time. The session's over anyway. He can do whatever he wants here. He can take the Tetrises, get it over with, give him less time, to make those weird mistakes that pile up, or he could, play this conservatively, takes a triple there, doesn't have to go aggressive, doesn't have to play conservative. He can play whatever he wants here. He can just do whatever the pieces guide.
Dan V, does not want to make any misdrops, does want not to get out of a groove. He is locked in, on the verge of showing that jet lag is nothing to him. Getting in late last night all the way from across the pond and on the verge, just a Tetris and change away from locking up a top 16 seed. Oh, it's getting a little precarious on the left.
Yeah, that left is rough. Misses the 5-tap.
Oh, it misses the 5-tap.
And this is probably undoable. That'll do it for Dan V. Misses that last max out.
17th seed for Dan V.
Yeah.
So
we'll have to play a round 0 match against whoever our 48 seed is going to turn out being. We can't call it just yet because we have one man on your screen who can play spoiler and knock someone out of that gold bracket, and it's Green Tea in the bottom left.
So it comes down to this.
Yes.
Corion going for one more max. He is on pace to do it. It would be a great end note to a really phenomenal qualifier. Oh, and gets the line spin.
Shout outs to Vandweller. I know you're happy about that one.
But the stakes could not be higher for Team Japan with Green Tea. One game to max to get back in gold bracket.
Center well, 2 off. He hits these dirties sometimes. Oh.
And it is going to take likely a clutch 19 for the ages. Green Tea, again, it's possible for him to max this, but he's a little bit behind the pace he'd want to be at. Again, you want to be above that 60% Tetris rate. He's currently at 55%. So going into 19, he's going to want to get some Tetrises quickly to recover that pace, to give him some breathing room so he does not have to take aggressive, dangerous moves. But right now, he is trying his best to just make sure he can get into 19 here. Perfect L for the left. He's got this cleaned up. Where's the long bar? There it is. Tetris for Green Tea, 466.
God,
this is it.
What a session it has been. We were thinking we were going to spend 2 hours just kind of barely watching these qualifiers, vamping about stats as we're cutting that 15-minute pre-show block we had in previous years. But these players, they're putting on a show. It's too much to ignore.
And Corion and Green Tea are locked in. Corion with a fantastic pace, looking to close this one out. On the verge again of getting 800K well before, All right, right pieces for the center and gets a Tetris.
Needed to burn that out and did it precisely the way he needed.
Green Tea on the verge, needs a long bar and needs it now. There it is! Oh no, the pieces aren't quite working out. Another Tetris for Green Tea, 582. Corion is at 822, shaking his head a little bit. It's a little bit tough.
And if you were watching the other streams, as I've been telling you to do the whole time, now's the time to turn them off. These are the last 2 games of this qualifying session.
Oh my gosh.
Your screen here.
Where's the long bar for Corion? Gets the long bar. Saves the game. Oh no, needs one more, needs one more.
He misses the rotation, gets it in too late, and that is going to kill the run. Spirals from there.
All right, so now it is all up to Green Tea, and this is going to be tough.
Welling,
it's going to be very tough.
He needs every Tetris he can get, and he knows it. Going for the center well this early on 19 is...
and this is Green Tea's original strat. He used to use the center well on 19 all the way back in 2018. This is what he was known for in CTM when we first got to know him as a player. Can he bring back the center well and use it to clutch up a trip to gold? He's going to need every possible Tetris here.
God, back when he was out here winning tournaments.
Oh, that's tough.
Right.
He can still get a Tetris here.
Oh, perfect T-burn.
Those burns hurt. Okay, there's a Tetris.
Yeah, but as much as those burns hurt the score, he needed that just to keep the game alive. It took exactly as many as he needed, no more, no less, and he is within range.
It is still technically possible,
but he can do it.
He needs to avoid every possible burn he can. Oh, that one burn again. Even a single burn hurts at this stage.
Yeah, I know he was thinking about a triple. In a lot of cases, you take that triple there just because it helps stack. But
where's the long bar? No.
Everything.
Okay.
Yeah, he got that Tetris, but he kind of sold for it, and so now that just makes it an extra bit harder. Can't get the bar over.
And that's going to be it. But a wonderful performance from our Japan legends returning.
What a wonderful session, and so wonderful to see these two again, legends of the scene.
2 max outs for Corion, 3 max outs for Green Tea.
And they are going to be some of your top seeds out here in that silver bracket on CT3. It will not be much longer today before we lock those brackets and get started, but right now the crowd's celebrating these two.
And you know what? The thing is, the final seed, 48th seed. Oh, we got something exciting happening over there.
Yep. I was wrong. There was one other game to play, and it was Ninja clutching out that last max out on CT2.
Very nice for CT2.
That's why you don't take your eyes off the screen for even a second.
But we do have something very cool as well. Even though Green Tea did not get that last max out, the person who will be taking his place as 48th seed is Salted Sofa, the Canadian legend coming to his very first live CTWC.
Yeah.
Only his second live event ever. His first one was Montreal, which is rare for a player of such prominence in the scene.
Yeah.
So it'll be awesome to see Salted Sofa, again, representing our players outside of the United States in the gold bracket.
Because I know it gets said every single year about 40 times, but it really is a worldwide game. And so I love having these players, outside of, this United States epicenter of the scene, your Dogs, your Alexes, your Blue Scooties. There are more players, than just California and Texas, across the world. And we are going to have a chance to, get a look at them in bracket play today.
And thank you so much again for all of you at home for joining Marfram and I for the final session. Now we have all our scores locked in. We're going to finalize the brackets. People are going to take photos, and we're going to get to the action as quickly as possible. So now while we're all setting up, we are going to take another look at, again, this huge documentary produced by Legendary Entertainment, the trailer for Blue Scooty, Tetris Crasher.
It's 40-year-old anniversary of Tetris.
People always think of Tetris as this eternal game that can't be beaten.
We've actually gotten really close where we could, in a way, beat the game.
I heard there was a person who was on an insanely good run. That was Willis Gibson. That was Blue Scooty.
Every tournament we go to is practice for Pasadena.
Is it Tetris or Blue Scooty? This is the craziest showdown that we've ever had. This guy's ridiculous. 3, 2.
Wait, my CRT isn't on.
Oh, we need to get people out.
The game's code starts breaking at a certain point.
The colors start to glitch out. You start to overload it.
Please crash.
And eventually, it just breaks.
Oh my god!
In a developing story tonight, a Stillwater teen, the first person to beat Tetris.
Humans win!
Suddenly, he becomes the most famous Tetris player of all time.
When we came back,
Willis's father was diagnosed with a severe heart condition.
Before she even told me, I knew.
It's hard to talk about that. Like, I can't.
Tetris is a metaphor for being alive. The one thing that we all know is that you won't always be.
You don't know the pieces you're going to get. Tetris, it's very therapeutic for some people.
This is the most supportive family I have seen. They're all there cheering him on.
This community just called him in. It's just amazing what he's gone through.
One day, you will get that piece you need. You will find that success.
Is there anyone you want to give a shout out to?
My family and my dad.
You know what Blue Scooty is in real life? It's a giant star.
Ooh, all right. What an exciting day of qualifiers there, folks. We're going to get set for bracket play in a moment. We're going to start asking for our tournament players to start making their way up onto the stage. First, I'm going to ask for the gold top 48 players. Start making your way up on the stage. We will do our group photos. So once again, all 48 gold players, start making your way up right now to the stage. We will do group photos. All right, last call. Any players that are part of the gold top 48 bracket for CTWC, make your way to the stage. Last call to come and get your group photo. Make your way to the stage now. Congratulations to our top 48 players. Thank you so very much. All right, coming up next, we're going to ask for our silver bracket 32. Silver bracket 32. Start making your way up as soon as the gold exit. And come and get your group photo. Silver 32. Make your way to the stage once gold 48 exits. All right, last call for Silver 32. Start making your way to the stage for your group photo. Last call, Silver 32. Make your way to the stage for your group photo. All right, thank you. Congratulations, Silver 32. Congratulations. CT3 chants are going to go wild today, I'll tell you that much. And lastly, we're going to ask for our bronze bracket players, our top 32 bronze bracket players. Keep making your way to the stage for your group photo. Bronze 32, make your way to the stage for your group photo. Last call for bronze 32. If you are bronze 32, last call. Last call for your group photo. Anybody playing in our bronze bracket, 32-player tournament, come make your way to the stage. Bronze 32, last call. All right, congratulations to the bronze bracket. Congratulations to all 112 players that are playing in today's tournament. Give yourselves a round of applause. Well done. You have qualified for the CTWC 2025. Players will be taking a short 5-minute break, and then please start making your way to your areas for gameplay. If you are in the bronze or the silver, you will be playing over to my right. On the right side by the black drapes over there, Ninja will be over for CT3. Chris Bidwell will be over at CT4. For you gold players, you'll be up here on the stage for CT1 and CT2. I will announce you in moments to come up and start getting your warm-ups in before we begin. Thank you. All right, folks, we're gonna start calling our players that are playing in this first round.
Check.
Round 0 for CT1 and CT2. I'm gonna start calling names here. So I'm gonna ask if you can please make your way to the stage. First up, for CT1, we're gonna have Dan V and Salted Sofa. Along with them, Terrence Y and Winter. Please come up to CT1. For CT2, we'll have Hydrant Dude and Evesy. And Heps and Floxay. Start making your way to the stage and come get your warm-ups in. We will be starting in 10 minutes. Again, that's Dan V, Sofa, Terrence, and Winter on CT1, which is on my right. Hydrant, Evesy, Heps, and Floxay on my left.
What up, Vinky?
Don't call me Vinky. How dare you? Yeah, man.
So many nail biters already. Oh, dude, yeah, qualifying was crazy. Like, I didn't catch this morning, but I got here like 10 minutes ago. But but I missed most of yesterday. I did see the end of today's though. So, but yeah, we get some of the results of that. Right. I'll be sure to mention that. Right. Yeah. We'll work at it. We'll work at it. You need me to log in? No one. No one. Okay.
Ever so slightly. Yep. The wheel. Turn it down to like 25. Yep. Huh? Okay. 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 You don't need me on Discord for anything else, right? You don't need my Discord up for anything else, right? Just that, Doc? Okay, cool. Yeah, I can just do it through the dock, yeah. I just wanted to make sure it was safe for me to log out. So.
start, yeah?
Oh.
Cool. Nice. You like it? Oh, yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Usual. This is the big thing every year, so it's the 3 more stressful days of my life every year. Yeah, so, we're doing the museum stuff. I don't know if you get a chance to check it out. I poked my head in there a little bit. I didn't see you in there, so. Yeah, this year I got a buddy to help out, so that way I can focus on it. I missed qualifying by half a line. Half a line. Oh, were you the first one out? Rares, yeah, I'm the first one out. Oh. Oh, gosh. Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for the Classic Tetris World Championships for 2025 to commence! This is the 16th annual one, and this is going to be a special one. So many players around the world have come to join to be a part of it. We've got 3 great brackets going on, our top 48 gold, our 32 silver, and 32 bronze, all playing to be a champion. And today, baby, we got something very special. We have our guests from Tetris are here. We're gonna have a special countdown from Mr. Henk Rogers shortly. But first, I'm gonna throw it to your commentary crew, opening it up. It is the legendary Chris Tang and Burb Wizard.
Thank you, King. What's up, everybody? It's time. Y'all ready?
Welcome to Round 0, CTWC 2025. Let's go!
Man, Chris, this is gonna be freaking sweet, man. I'm excited to call all this action with you. It's gonna be an absolute blast. We got some high octane players about to go at it. Qualifying was just, it was
so
insane.
many nail biters.
It
was totally on the edge. Yesterday we bear witness to Alex T's like perfect 6D because of the high kicker. I mean, pretty much flawless as you can get. You're allowed to get that one kicker, and it was a high one. Multiple 216s and just. The middle range was like 12s and 14s, and it's just the performance is off the charts. We keep saying we don't know how much better players are going to get, and every year they bring it.
Yeah, every year they just absolutely just blow our expectations out of the water, man. It's unreal. So I'm really excited to see how that's going to translate to all the bracket play today.
Yeah.
And, I think
it's going to be a little bit different from yesterday, but now the pressure is on. Now you're eliminating people in every round, and this round 0. So this is interesting because, if you make top 16, then you earn the bye. These are the players that barely missed that cutoff, and now they have to play in one more round. And it's also players who barely got in to gold brackets. So you've got a lot of desperation and a lot of emotion with these players coming off of that.
Yeah, definitely potential for surprises to happen as well, right? Certainly we've seen a couple times in the past. Hell, even last year we saw top, the seed number 48 end up upending seed number 17.
Deep, right?
So,
some upsets in there.
Yeah, so there's a lot of potential. I mean, especially when, you consider, like how high elite the level of talent is nowadays. It's anything can happen. And yeah, I'm excited to see how it goes.
Yeah, so that sets the stage. We're going to pass it off to King. Let's kick this off.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chris. Testing, there we go. Thank you, Chris and Burb. It is now time, ladies and gentlemen, let's get this party started. Let me welcome in the founder of the Tetris company to kick things off. It is Mr. Henk Rogers!
I have loved Tetris from the first time I laid eyes on it in January of 1988 at the Consumer Electronics Show. And I was a publisher in Japan at the time, and I published it on 8 different platforms, including Nintendo Family Computer. And Game Boy came out that year, so I'm the one who went to the Soviet Union in February to get the Game Boy rights, and I met the author of Tetris, and we are partners till today. So whenever we're in the same city, every other day, bottle of wine. So I want to thank you all for joining us in this amazing event, the Classic Tetris World Championship. I'm a big supporter and I love everything that you guys do. And thank you for playing Tetris for all these years. Thank you very much.
I think players are ready, Hank. Why don't you kick us off?
All right, all right. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? All right. 3, 2, 1, Tetris!
Just. So up on top, we've got Winterra versus Terrence Y, seed 40 versus seed 25. And on the bottom, we've got Dan V from the UK versus Salted Sofa from Canada. Right side players are both from Canada. Very interesting, Burb.
Yeah, definitely. You know, a lot of international representation here in this particular group of players. You know, again, we got Dan V representing the UK. You know, Winterra are one and only American in this block. That's
crazy.
Really great to see. You know, and typically, you know, US dominated esport, right? It's crazy to see Winterra being the only one here.
Yeah, and especially Dan V, you know, in the UK, they didn't grow up with timings that we did on NTSC, NES Tetris.
Yeah.
So it's a little less common, or actually it's a rare sight to see an NTSC system over the pond. And Dan V here, always so strong, barely missing the cutoff for top 16, but performing so well. It's just the bar is so high now to get the top 16 seeds.
Yeah, and he's someone that's always been so consistent, you know, and it's going to be interesting to see how he does this year. He's kind of consistently, you know, made it, you know, around top 32, maybe I believe top 16 level at one point or another, but, you know, it's just barely, like, not been able to get over the hump, you know. Maybe potentially this could be his year. He had quite a few max outs in qualifying. It really popped off today, so it'll be interesting to see how he does if he's still in good form.
Definitely got the form. Just, I was bared witness to that performance and just one Tetris short of making the top 16. But as we've seen, you know, I keep thinking back to Jonas Neubauer's final run. I think back in the first online year that we had, he had to play more rounds than anyone else, but it was just the most amazing performance you've ever seen. So sometimes it's not a bad thing to have to play more rounds in the tournament. That one time that we did have double elimination. So being in what we have here, which is round 0, you do have to play more rounds, but for all you know, that could prepare you down the line.
Yeah, definitely. It could help you kind of get into your, you know, find your groove, right? You know, again, we are playing all these rounds in blocks here, right? So, you know, certainly you will get a little bit of a break, which is, you know, I think that's always a good thing, right? Give your brain a break, right? Maybe get something to eat, but, you know, certainly, you know, when you're at a live event, you certainly got to be able to find your groove.
We are neck and neck up top. Winterra and Terrence both at 240,000 points, nearly identical scores.
Yeah, meanwhile at the bottom, it is about a touch and a half lead. And, you know, worth noting, Chris, you know, Salted Sofa here, the lone DAS player in this group of people, right? Last year, we didn't have even a single DAS player make the gold bracket, and now here we are, 2025, and we are still finding the old school technique making it into the bracket, man.
Yeah, and I've actually, you know, I kind of heard whispers, you know, Salted Sofa was, took a break and hasn't been in it for a while, and then is back with a vengeance here in seed 48, barely getting in, and from Canada. So very interesting story here. And yeah, going neck and neck, 272, 840, both players identical scores. Yeah.
Oh my God.
So these players really bring the competition here, really making sure they are an absolutely competitive with their competition here in this critical round.
Yeah, certainly, you know, kind of right, as you kind of mentioned, you know, this is just for the people who didn't make the top 16, you know, it's kind of a sudden death round, so to speak. So it's going to be really interesting to see, you know, how these players handle game 1, you know, how they decide to try and feel each other out. And so far, it's pretty much neck and neck.
All four play fields are just so close right now.
Yeah, and of course, as we are starting to get later into the 18 speeds, we are going to start approaching the level 19 transition. We'll see that speed increase at 130 lines, so we're about 40 lines away for our players at the top and about 30 for our players at the bottom.
Yeah, and a lot of times you'll see the complexion of the match change just because some players actually step it up when they're on the level 19 speeds. You have a little bit less time to think, and sometimes that actually improves performance. but also, if you're not prepared for that speed transition, your playfield can fall apart pretty fast. So there's a lot going on.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see. In particular, I think it'll be interesting to see how Salted Sofa handles it, being the one DAS player here, surrounded by rollers, right? It will be interesting to see because with the DAS playstyle, you don't necessarily have as much, wiggle room to, maneuver pieces over to that left side. So, but of course, Sofa a very strong DAS player and definitely can definitely hang. So it'll be really, I'm curious to see how that'll go.
Yeah. Always great to see, DAS players still in it. The rolling playstyle so dominant. I mean, even pretty much all the best tappers ended up becoming rollers. So that's rare to see, but still some of our beloved favorites. Green Tea, we just saw, barely not make gold bracket, is still a DAS player and still definitely up there. And then Salted Sofa, it would have either been Salted Sofa or Green Tea coming in here at 48th seed. So Salted Sofa in a great position to represent DAS here.
Yeah, and of course, we are getting set to transition for all our players. It is Terrence on the top with about a 2 Tetris lead, and on the bottom it is Dan with about a 1 Tetris lead. But something worth noting for our top match, Chris, Winterra, of course, has plenty of accolades, particularly in the Friendlies universe, which you catch here on Mondays and Fridays. Is a former Upstarts champion, a former Phenoms champion in that realm. And, certainly with that in mind, some strong upset potential for sure here.
Look at that drought. 36-piece drought up there for Winterra. Handling it nicely, still Tetris ready. But then another drought and has to take the triple into the transition. And boom, Tetris for Winterra. 546 versus Terrence into a lead at 651K here.
Yeah, slight misdrop there from Winter, though, as they are going to have to find their way down. They're about 3 Tetrises behind at the moment, but the board's low enough, Chris, to where, certainly it's manageable for a player of this caliber.
Oh, absolutely. Roller's definitely able to maneuver in tough positions whenever that is the case, but has 100,000 points to catch up to Terrence.
Yeah, but now Terrence having to take some burns here as well, so that's going to be a good window of opportunity for Winterra up at the top. Meanwhile, at the bottom, we got about a 2.5 Tetris lead here for Dan, as Sofa's been having to do some burning, but he's been making some really good decisions here, although you did see a hang of a L on the left side there, but now is going to have to really keep that DAS under control, try to avoid any early shifts here that you tend to see.
Yeah, and the one thing about DAS is that when you hit kill screen, it really is a kill screen for DAS because they usually cannot survive very long after it hits level 29, so definitely want to minimize any burning if you're playing DAS.
Yeah, and you can see he's got that left side built up really high. All the squares just stacked up to the ceiling, and it's paying off. I mean, he's brought us within 100,000 points here.
Yeah, absolutely amazing to see a DAS player hang with one of the top rollers in the world here with Dan V. Dan V playing way up high. He needs to get some burns.
Yeah, he is in some trouble. We need a J. That's not the J.
Yeah, Dan V also a roller and able to get out of these situations.
Yeah, it's just a few rows off the top. We need the right pieces to fill the dependencies right now. He's not really finding them, so he's having to find alternate solutions, but there we go. Now that piece coming in that he needed, we just need another one for that right side, and is just going to have to just chip away at it brick by brick. And this, if you're Sofa, this has got to be music to your ears, man.
Yeah, no, Salted Sofa's board looking really great right now. Boom, Tetris for Salted Sofa. This is exactly what Sofa needs to catch up here, and nearly is 1 Tetris away from catching up to Dan V here.
Yeah, as Dan is still just mired by this dig.
Boom, Tetris for Sofa. 750 is just neck and neck now with Dan V.
Yeah, meanwhile at the top, Chris, it is a pretty massive lead here for Terrence at the moment. He's going to look to run away, but Winter's board's still pretty clean.
And yeah, once again, both players rollers, so kill screen play is a factor there. And
and certainly for Winterra, Chris, has a lot of strong 29 play, especially if the situation calls for playing it safe, which it's looking like right now. Certainly if Terrence makes some sort of major mistake once we get there, or even before there, right? Some safe play would certainly be advantageous.
Yeah,
here.
actually, Winter's board is in great shape compared to Terrence. Going to have to do some digging with level 29 looming. That board needs to get under control yesterday.
Yeah, in the meantime, Dan has transitioned to level 29. He's got about a 50,000 point lead as Sofa's got 2 Tetrises on the table as Terrence will top out up top at 972.
Chase down situation for Winter up there. 48,000 points to go in the 29 speeds. And Sofa's going to end going into, gets kill screen points. 946.
Oh my God.
With DAS.
Oh, he's not going to get to level 30. He almost got it. Dan has 8,000 points to chase.
Whoa! Salted Sofa.
He's going to take
the
Dan for 1.
Wow, the DAS player. earning a victory over the roller Dan V in such a close showdown.
Winter needs 100 points. That's a win for Terrence.
What is going on? 120 points. Terrence manages to steal that one from Winter.
Oh my God. What? Game 1, Chris, and it is electric in the
nail fighter
already.
all around. I don't know what that was, but I am out of breath here, Burb.
Oh my God. We gotta call the rest of these rounds, man. Oh man, we might be in some trouble.
This is round 0.
Oh man.
And Sofa just, you could just see that sigh of relief. How do you survive that versus a roller?
Wow, yeah, and you saw he made it to 238 lines, almost at level 30 as a DAS player.
A DAS player getting line clears after kill screen.
Yeah, it's pretty rare that you see that. You know, people like him and people like Sharky and, you know, Green Tea, like that's, wow, that's crazy. You know, and of course at the top too, pretty dramatic as well. You know, we had kind of mentioned, you know, Winter being in a position where, you know, playing safe would be advantageous, and she was doing a good job, but just, you know, had a few misdrops up at the top, and 120 points, and less than a single line.
And we just heard, you know, our buddy Sean just like half a line clear, didn't qualify for our bracket, and geez, so much on the line with every movement of the controller here at CTWC 2025. Already breathless, and just the adrenaline in the room is
it's unreal. It's unreal, man. Yeah, so once our players are set here, we'll keep this thing going, right? Game 2, I mean, well, how dramatic, right? I mean,
I don't even have anything to compare that to, the kind of drama ending on both rounds, on round 0.
Yeah, like the same time like that. That's, wow. We're in for a great weekend, guys, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, if you like what you're seeing, right, make sure, ! Matt Chirito in the chat, right? Like, if you like what you're seeing, like, make sure you contribute to that prize pool, man. These players putting in some good work right now as they are underway here, Chris, for game number 2.
Okay, I guess they just went ahead, started, and we are off. Yeah, so Terrence and Salted Sofa, the Canadians, each with a point up on their opponents.
Yeah, and again, you know, I kind of was talking about this earlier, right? You know, like last year, we did see Seed 48 end up making the upset over Seed 17. I mean, could we see this again?
And that's the other thing, is that these are players who are pretty much on opposite ends of the gold bracket. Like, you have, you know, the ones that barely didn't make top 16, then you have the ones that just barely squeaked in, almost got kicked down to silver, and they're still in it. And yet it was that competitive.
Yeah. You know, and of course, if you're Salted Sofa, right, you know, he's someone that is, you know, I'm told he kill screen almost 90% of the time, and basically, he's not going to whiff on making it to 29 in pretty much any scenario. So, you know, if you're Dan, you really have to, you know, even though Salted Sofa is a DAS player, you have to make him win it. Like, you can't just throw it away. Sofa will chase you down if you top out before 29. Of course, the top, we got a bit of a long bar dependency down the middle for Terrence. He'll fill that right in. He's got, well, actually now about a 1,000 point deficit. So neck and neck with Winter up at the top.
Early on. And down at the bottom, Sofa with some tuck dependencies there, gets the Tetris. And pretty close game too. Dan V just making that one Tetris above.
Yeah, you know, of course, worth noting about Dan as well. You know, there's the fact that, you know, he was able to just come in, you know, throw up a crazy qualifier. Like, I mean, he just got here today.
Yeah,
Chris. That was
it was our early morning qualifier. You know, some people who have to, you know, have longer travel times. We have one qualifying session, and Dan V was in that one.
Yeah, the fact that he's able to do so well, you know, like basically, I'm pretty sure he landed like this morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's crazy to see, you know, right now he's here in game number 2, right, just trying to hang in there after a nail biter loss, just a barely missing the chase down over Sofa. And, you know, like I said, game 2, he's going to be looking to turn things around here.
Yeah, looking good there. Boom, Tetris for Dan V, 77% Tetris rate is where he wants to be to take 1 point back. Up on top, Wintera with the advantage now. 2.5 Tetrises up on Terrence. Wants to be in that position to take back a point 2 and even this up.
Yeah, and if you're Terrence right now, you know, he's looking pretty clean. You know, you kind of see the, of course, you can see the rolling technique in action, right? Those probably still wonder nowadays, like, what in the world are they doing? Like, what are they doing with their controller? You know, hitting the back of the controller into their thumb, right, to register multiple inputs, one per finger. It's
the common thing you see in chat is, why are they tickling the controller?
Yeah.
It's like, the controller likes to be tickled.
Yeah.
How you finesse it.
Yeah. Yeah, the controllers definitely, they take that pretty well, right? I mean, as old as they are, right?
Yeah, Dan V with a crazy line clear up near the top of the screen, opens it right up. That's the power of rolling. You can take risks that you wouldn't normally be able to take. But players like Salted Sofa playing DAS, has to make every placement count, because if you lose your DAS charge, you have to, every time you place a piece, you have to kind of buffer in and hold the D-pad in the direction that you want your next piece to go to be able to get that movement speed to the left or right.
Yeah, and as a result of that too, you have less time. Maybe not a lot less time, but considerably less time to make big adjustments, right, on the fly based on what's in the next box, right?
Yeah.
When you're a roller, you can wait till like pretty much the last frame, right, and be able to make just a kind of whip a piece over to where it needs to be, and but with DAS, you kind of have to commit, the millisecond the piece comes in.
And Dan's in another dig near the top of the screen, has some holes, bangs down to Tetris. That's going to help a lot. It's up by 4 Tetrises, so a commanding lead now by Dan V. It's exactly what he needs to get a point back and even up this set.
Yeah, it is exactly what he's looking for right now, and that, was kind of the story, right? We saw in the 19, the last game, right? All those dig situations that, it took Dan quite a bit of time to get out of. I mean, that ultimately, it was an 8,000-point game at the end of it, and that ultimately was what made the difference. Had he got squeaked out maybe another Tetris or so, on those earlier levels, like, it wouldn't have come down to the 29.
And once again, like, that finish is so close for both games. But here, the players on the left now both commanding some leads. Things have evened up a bit more on top now. So yeah, neck and neck up on top, where Wintera had most of the lead earlier in the game.
Yeah, and of course, as we are approaching the 19 transition, right, the first transition, as we tend to call it nowadays, right? So things are pretty close all around. Right?
Yeah,
it'll be really interesting. Again, it's always interesting to see how the 19 ends up changing things.
Looks like, all players are within about 15 lines or so of that speed transition. Normally, you want to get your boards into shape and be in an optimal board state going into that. And looks pretty clean across the boards here.
Yeah, and in spite of the rollers being able to survive pretty gnarly situations up at the top, have like one slight miss shot, but they're able to get pieces over. But obviously, you don't want to put yourself in that position where you have to spend all that mental energy and really the physical energy too with rolling, right? To be able to, maneuver the pieces around like so tight at the top.
And you never know when that drought's going to happen. There's one there for the players on the bottom, 31 pieces just there.
Oh,
and,
speaking of high up board, Sofa is in a bit of trouble here.
Wow, that vault.
Oh man, can we get a bar for the right side? That might be, it might be
Doesn't
diggable.
get the right point.
That's going to be tough.
Might not be survivable for DAS at this point.
Yeah,
and Dan V is going to take a point back, evening up the set at 5:51.
Yeah, meanwhile at the top, Chris, we continue on with the 19 speed, 663 Wintera, 654
Evening
for
it up,
Terrence.
yeah, neck and neck up top.
Yes, they're both keeping it pretty clean right now. Wintera had the more efficient 18 game, but again, Chris, it is less than a Tetris the difference, so still plenty of time for anything to happen, especially as we start to approach level 29.
Yeah, both players also kill screen capable, so it could be a fight to the finish here.
Yeah, right now a few burns required on Winter's side, but should be pretty quick. Just a couple skims here and there. Should get things opened up.
We got started on the match on the bottom. That's round 3, Dan V versus Salted Sofa, a point apiece.
Yeah, they're tied 1-1. Meanwhile, Winter looking to make the same true up at the top. It is a 9,000-point game right now.
So close. And just like the way it ended, too, in the last round. So evenly matched, even though they're on opposite sides of round 0 here in terms of seeding.
Yeah, and I mean, it just goes to show, the level of play, how much the level of play has risen really in just the last couple of years, right? Over the last, year or so, or these last few months. I mean, pretty much the average at transition, right, was over 500K, right? It's pretty rare to see a player at this level transition with anything lower than 500. Of course, right now it is still a 14,000 point game at the top. We're on level 24, a few levels left before we reach level 29.
But look at this transition score, and look, almost such an early max for Winter here. 905 at level 24. Demolishing just like the average transition score, and just such efficiency here. 77% Tetris rate.
Yeah, seriously, 930. I mean, this is something we saw a lot in qualifying too, right? Players were maxing out right at level 25, 26. You know, it's insane to see nowadays. And well, I think this one's looking like it's shaping up to be a pretty early max for these two as well. 955 to 932. We're on level 26. It is coming down to the wire.
Yeah, Winter choosing to keep the playfield clear and get a standard well on the right. Take some burnt and finally gets a Tetris there. 990, about to max here. A few lines ought to do it, and Terrence not far behind at 944.
Yeah, this one, yeah, like I said, coming out of the wire here. We got level 29 coming up in just about 10 lines.
Boom, Tetris for Winter into the max out at level 27.
Yeah.
Still relatively an early max out. And Terrence ahead on lines is about to hit the kill screen.
Yeah, the thrill screen, as we call it now. These two certainly capable of playing for quite a bit of time on there, you know, and this is, I mean, just a few years ago, this double max out was the craziest thing ever, but just wait. Now this is another day at the office for these two players, as we're on 29 for Terrence at 1,092,000.
Both players now at kill screen speeds. Thrill screen active, and we are neck and neck in score. Oh, Terrence.
Oh, Terrence.
Board falling apart.
And that's going to do
yeah,
it.
That's what Winter needed to even up the match. We
Yeah.
are 1-1 on top, 1-1 on the bottom.
Yeah, 1.1 million. You know, just a casual 1.1 million for Winter at the top, and that's more than enough to take the win there. But meanwhile, crazy, we got a game going on at the bottom, of course. Dan V with about a Tetris and a half lead.
Yeah,
As
halfway
we are,
transition. Dan V
Yeah.
setting up a Vitz in the middle of the play field, but not getting the long bar to complete it. Misses a spin, and is going to opt to go for dirty up way in the middle of the board. Boom, Tetris for Dan V. Salted Sofa also waiting for a long bar. Little mini droughts all around. Would love a long bar there and gets it. Boom, Tetris for Salted Sofa. 350.
Oh, Dan! Hit a couple
What?
of hangs on the left side. Oh, my word.
Yeah, you're about to see the power of rolling, being able to keep that left side alive.
Yeah, that is that's not a healthy board to see there, Chris. And yeah, again, if you're his opponent, that is music to your ears.
Yeah, that's what Salted Sofa needs with a clean board. Boom, Tetris for Sofa, 342.
Yeah, it's now within one Tetris. Meanwhile, we've begun game number 3 up on the top between Wintera and Terrence here. So as they are getting underway, right, again at the bottom, we are starting to approach the transition. We're about 40 lines away.
Yeah, Sofa keeping it clean. Great board state there. Takes a triple off the top, whereas Danvi had to do some burns there. But score-wise, we are neck and neck. 0-point differential.
Wow. Yeah, can't get closer than that.
Yep, and just the stylistic difference is just crazy to see the match being so close despite that.
Yeah, I say no push down points. Like right, where's Harry? Right? See.
That last game, the first set between both players was so close. That would have been one of the 100-point difference.
Yeah,
push down would have
difference.
probably. You kind of argue that if they did do push downs, one player might have actually been able to eke by on that. So, yeah.
Oh man, but Dan still just mired by this situation here.
Yeah, that's Salted Sofa's chance to take a commanding lead now, with Dan V being in what's gonna end up being some burns and digs. Although there is a Tetris underneath there, so
yeah, it's going to depend on how quickly he can burn this out, right? Certainly would want to get it done before transition, but does only have 10 lines left to go before we get there.
Good solves there, and opens it up, gets the middle well set up, gets a long bar, and boom, center well Tetris for Dan V.
There we go, nicely done. And as they are about to transition on the bottom, meanwhile at the top, they are getting underway here, almost 40 lines through. It's about a 2.5 Tetris lead for Terrence, 187 to 132. As we have now transitioned on the bottom for Dan at 499.
Salted Sofa with a lead of a couple of Tetrises now. In a good position to maintain some momentum here.
Yeah, pretty solid lead here too, 562. So, I mean, about 2.5 Tetrises the difference here.
Yeah, once again, both players on the right side you see here are from Canada, Team Canada here, just happening to have their seats fall like this. And yeah, Winter will be the only American on the field here. It's a rare sight to see.
Yeah, as Terrence just getting out of that little situation, we saw had a bit of burning required on his side, and he's taking care of that. Now it's going to work to play off row 2.
Yeah, playing off row 2, sometimes that works out for you, especially if you have power of rolling on your side. And Terrence bang down Tetrises, no problem.
Yeah, and meanwhile, we are continuing. We got the 19th speed at the bottom. It's 588 Dan, 633 for Salted Sofa. And Sofa with the slightly cleaner board, but Dan going to fill in that dependency and get clean as well on that right side.
Yeah, Sofa's been clean basically the whole game, so just amazing DAS control on exhibition here. And now that we're in bracket play, the DAS players are going to become rarer and rarer. I'm not even sure if there are any more on the leaderboard, but it is good to see one here.
Yeah. Oh man, with Sofa in a bit of a bind at the top, had to make a long bar dependency. Oh, and okay. Yep, flat L burn. And he missed the quick tap. Oh my God.
And Dan V is going to take that round, and Salted Sofa is one loss away from elimination here.
Man, that was a really good solve though, Chris.
Oh, yeah,
I mean, just bringing the 2 J's over the left side for that burn, didn't have the DAS to get the L piece flat over it, but then got one and was able to do it once the board was low.
Yeah, I saw that
really
too.
nicely
it was just
done.
like, okay, you probably want to get that all the way over to the left, but if you don't have DAS, then that was the right move for sure.
Yeah. Man, what a game.
And up on top, Winter in the lead now by a little less than a Tetris as we approach the 100 line mark.
Yeah, it is a pretty tight one here. And again, this is, the momentum here in this set, right? Also hanging in the balance just as the one at the bottom did moments ago.
Yeah, just so much drama here. Just, here in the first round 0 play here on, Saturday, a big Saturday.
Right. Yeah. It's funny because when I told my friends when I got home from this tournament last year, I was telling them like, man, it was so crazy because there was not a single matchup that I would not recommend watching from last year's tournament, and I have a pretty good feeling that it's going to be the same way today, Chris.
Yeah, I still can't believe they're on the opposite ends of seeding here because it's just so close.
Yeah. Again, we are approaching 19 transition up at the top. It is pretty neck and neck, literally a single line clear of the difference. And there we go. Now it is just exactly a one-Tetris difference.
Yeah, it's just a matter of when the long bars fall.
Or who takes burns, who doesn't. It's just, man, somebody called Jeff and Alex Kerr, man. We get the next, right?
Yep, the next.
Man, they have gotten underway for game number 4 on the bottom. And, players looking good so far in the very early days. But, of course.
So many droughts happening up on top. I just saw one end, and then there's another one. So that is affecting some of their score as they approach transition. Terrence is going to transition in the mid 500,000s.
Yeah, and again, and that's pretty much, expected, right? Like we were talking about earlier. That's pretty much an average transition at this point. 580 here for Terrence, and again, it's what you come to expect.
And Winter waiting for that long bar. There's another mini drought. And gets that Tetris.
Yeah, and there we go. So we are racing along here on the 19th speed.
Salted Sofa, like for a DAS player, that's a very high build. So amazing DAS control makes that possible. And then another drought on the bottom. 23, 24 pieces finally ending. Boom, Tetris for Sofa, 100,000 points. And we are neck and neck on the bottom.
Yeah, as I say, and when again, both these two players have always just been so consistent, and Sofa in the DAS realm certainly, right, very consistent with, being able to hit the quick taps. Obviously, he missed the one right at the end there, but, it's hard to hit every single one, right? But he's usually pretty consistent with that sort of thing.
We're seeing, as DAS players are forced to really be resourceful in this era of rolling, past even the hyper tapping, players being able to consistently get that quick tap has been the secret weapon.
Oh, Terrence, hang on. Hold that thought. Terrence in a bit of trouble at the top. Hung a long bar in column 2.
Okay.
Have to find his way out. Yep, there's
nice.
the J. Yep. There we go. Okay. He's found some relief there.
Out of the dig, yes.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it was a pretty nasty situation there. I'm a little bit worried. That's something that can happen with rolling too, right? Like we talk a lot about like the early DAS shifts, the early DAS loads and all that sort of stuff being kind of a common problem, but common problem for rollers sometimes is just, missing that 5th tap with the, whether it's like your pinky or your thumb or what, however the players do it.
And if you get a miss drop, since they're playing riskier up near the higher part of the board, bigger catastrophes can happen. So, you know, as they say, with great power comes great responsibility.
Yeah, thanks, Uncle Ben. Oh man, but the point is though, like it's hard. You know, these players make this stuff look so easy, but there's the proof right there. It is hard to do this stuff.
Needs to get that left side filled in somehow.
Oh, gets the tee, but that's gonna be tough.
Be hard to survive, and that's gonna be a top out. Winter now with the advantage.
It is 2-1. Yeah, Winter just running away with it there, as Terrence had quite a few problems there, you know, with some misdrops and all of that towards the end there.
So yeah, Winter now in position for a major seed upset here.
Yeah, we could see it, you know, and again, we kind of even briefly alluded to it at the start of the match too, right? There's definitely some potential. Certainly, you know, had a lot of potential, you know, as a multi-time, you know, champion in the friendlies universe, right? Very upstarts to phenoms, you know, so certainly has the accolades and has really just been a player that's been on the rise in terms of top players. And yeah, I think someone that was really, you know, going into this, I had a good feeling she was going to make some noise.
Yeah, and actually, from, you know, what we see in the stats and their player histories, Winter underperforming in quals and Terrence overperforming. So both have something to prove here.
Yeah, meanwhile at the bottom, Chris, we got both our players in a bit of a burn sequence right now. Sofa needed
critical.
the J.
Okay.
Finds the L.
Oh,
no, can't get the S over, and yeah, that's going to do it.
That's going to do it. Dan V is going to take the match and the round.
Yeah, there you go. Dan punched his ticket to the top 32. And so we'll see him back here in a little bit. And of course, Salted Sofa, a very impressive run, a very dramatic game one.
Yeah,
Chris. That was really fun to watch.
That first game for Sofa was amazing, and still an amazing performance for Das in this era of rolling.
Yeah, so meanwhile, while that match has concluded, again, very job well done to both of our players there at the bottom. That was a very entertaining match and a great way to kick off the World Championship. But of course, with that being said, Chris, we do still have one more to decide here, at least for this block of players.
More drama to be determined, and yeah, the drought's hitting again. Both players waiting for that long bar, and Winter with a shift to the left missed there. It's going to have to do a bit of digging, but you know, without that long bar coming, the burns are going to have to be done anyway.
Yeah, and honestly, you know, when you're in a dig situation like that, you almost kind of welcome the droughts, right? Because and this one being, oh my God, this one being pretty massive here too, about 40 pieces for both our players.
44-piece drought there.
Oh my God, but you know, you almost kind of welcome it, right?
Nothing lost for Winter there because there are no Tetrises to be made.
Yeah, you know, it's not like you can utilize the long bar anyway. And if anything, if you're really high up on the board, it almost will get in the way, right? Because you're not. It's harder to be able to stand up the long bar to be able to, you know, fill in the sides.
Yep,
you have to lay flat.
Winter being Tetris ready right when the next long bar came, cashes it in. We are neck and neck despite all that digging.
Yeah, so there we go. Yeah, so again, very early days here in this game number 4, right? Again, it is do or die here for Terrence, right? A win for him will keep him alive. A win for Winter will punch her ticket to the next round.
Both boards clean, what you want to see. And yeah, Terrence definitely wants to win this one, stay in it, take it to the decider. It would be, well, since this is our first round, it would be our first decider for this round 0.
Yeah, you know, and of course, as mentioned, right, with our two players, you know, and you know, we were kind of talking about, you know, Winter, we talked maybe under qual, right, at this event, but you know, she also, you know, she did recently, like, I've been seeing, just watching Discord, right, over these last few weeks, or really these last few days, honestly, like just seeing, you know, oh, hey, I just PB'd again. I need to update my registration. Oh, hey, I just got another PB. I need to update my registration again to reflect this, right? Got a 1.6, you know, the coveted rollover, right? It was insane. I'm like, wow, how on earth, right? You get
when you're on the grind, you know, just that's what happens, and it's a good feeling. You want that momentum coming into a competitive format like this.
Yeah, without question, you know, and then certainly, again, that'll come into play, especially, you know, if she does advance right to the later rounds, obviously, you know, competition will end up getting tougher, and, you know, it'll be definitely good to have in your arsenal.
Yeah, both players now just navigating between digs and, oh man, Terrence. Apart. That's not survivable. Just like that, just a few lines of chase down here for Winter.
And that's going to do it. Wow, and she just punched her ticket to the next round. What? I don't even know what happened. Like, just all of a sudden, a couple misdrops.
Yeah, misdrop from Terrence, and it just spiraled out of control just like that. That's how fast it can all end. And you know, even if you're a roller, you just have to make sure that no matter where you are on the board, you can survive it. And that's a case of an early top out.
Yeah, you know, and like we always say, like, early top outs can happen to anyone, even the best of the best. You know, it's just a testament to how difficult this game is.
Yeah,
you know?
You always have to be, you know, in your game, in your element, and Otherwise, just like that.
Yeah, kind of an anticlimactic finish, but it just happens sometimes, right? So so of course, very job well done there for both these two, putting on a really great show for us. And yeah, that'll do it for the first block here of round 0.
Yeah, we've got a seed upset, and Danvi, who barely missed being top 16, may as well have been top 16 now.
Yeah.
Has overcome that round and is in the next round to probably play against those same opponents.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting to see how, of course, Dan and Winter do in the following rounds, right? The next rounds that come up. So I'm excited to see that play out.
Yeah. So let's see, we've got some Matcherino updates.
Oh, yes.
So thanks to Varchild 2010, $16. Tama Rockstar, $10. Frogbird 53, $50. Ray Knoll, $250. Thank you.
Yeah, and of course, we are, as you can see at the bottom of your screen there, we are at about 12,500, and certainly, again, if you like what you're seeing and you want to contribute to the prize pool as well, certainly, if you want to do !Matcherino in the chat, with Twitch, YouTube, wherever you're watching from, just make sure you do that ! You can get the link, you can send in your contributions as well. If you like what you're seeing, I think these players are definitely deserving of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, every bit counts, and there are checkpoints where it actually expands our Matcherino prize pool to more positions. It can go top 8, top 16, and get even bigger, so more players get in on the rewards here. So thanks again to all the people who have contributed to Matcherino. I know yesterday Scott Gray donating that $10,000, getting us
that was
up
crazy.
into the 5 digits. Very, very appreciated.
Yeah, I don't know how the man does it. I'm gonna be honest. I've never seen him before. I just see his name all the time, right? Oh yeah, here's a bunch of money. So I don't know how he does it, but we appreciate it very much, of course. Oh man. But seriously, what a round, Chris. What a round. This has been.
And now would be a good time to give a shout out to some of our sponsors. Arika for TGM4, Tetris Grandmaster 4, Absolute Eye, out on Steam, $34.99. It's a brand new game in the Tetris Grandmaster series, something we never thought we'd see. We had our World Championships on TGM4 yesterday, helped being organized by our very own Alex Kerr, helped put that together. Henk Rogers is here to witness it. We had the developers from Arika here to check that out. Congratulations to Green Tea for taking it all, becoming our first TGM4 Grandmaster, taking the Tea Trophy. We haven't seen a Tea Trophy in a while.
Quite a few years,
good to see, and Arika providing these amazing crystal medals for the rest of our competitors. We saw a lot of great names. Alex himself was a competitor. Corian also did very well in that. And Eric ICX, a former TTWC world champion, also getting
had
second
a really good
place,
run too,
being a finalist in that. So thanks to Arika for sponsoring us. TGM4, newest game out now, out on Steam. Check it out. Another great way, with classic roots, different ways to play Tetris. Who knows? If you love classic Tetris, taking that extra step, a skill-based TGM4 could be up your alley, and that game's got some tools to teach you how to get good at it, and so many different game modes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I played it a little bit myself. It's definitely it's a blast. It's cool seeing a new TGM come out again after all this time.
Their community is so happy right now, and I think I'd like to think that us having side events for TGM, we had players like Corian winning those tournaments.
Yeah.
Just showed the worldwide demand for more TGM, even though TGM never got a Western release until the last year or two on the Switch.
Yeah.
So now it's a definitively worldwide release for the TGM series.
Yeah, no, it's really cool to see. Yeah, absolutely. So thanks again to Akira for sponsoring us and everything, and putting on the tournament. That was a really fun event last night. So.
Yeah, we hope we can do it every year. Just like carry on the
come
tradition.
Back.
No kidding.
And of course, we also want to shout out our friends at HyperKit who have supported us since the very beginning. They've got all sorts of, clone consoles. We use their Retrons at a lot of our events. Or, they've got the HyperKit
makes what
Cadet.
we do possible, and then they've got the controllers. A lot of people love those little pixel controllers. It's like a classic style D-pad.
Yeah.
You could use it on USB, and that's a perfect controller to play something like Tetris or Grandmaster 4 with.
Yeah, and and their cadets they have for the the NES controllers, right? They're very clicky pads. I actually tend to like them a lot, honestly, more than
really clicky.
The OG ones
really
sometimes, depending on your preference.
It still has analog sticks and the LNRs and everything, so you can
yeah.
play both modern and classic games with a Hyperkin pixel controller.
Yeah, but of course, make sure to check them out, right? Hyperkin.com, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's game.
And also Power Bears, how can I forget, you know, with Tetris Gummies, we, once again, sponsoring us, Boom Tetris in your mouth.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think I saw a new package design up there, like the
Oh,
color
yeah?
of the package was like a lighter blue, and I was just like, I wonder if they taste any different.
Right. Right. Well, hopefully the same great taste, right?
Yeah.
You've seen it
No,
previous
those
years,
are some
right?
of the best gummies I've ever had. Like, I'm on a keto diet, and I'll break my diet to eat those. Boom Tetris in my mouth.
There you go. Yeah. Chris Tang endorsed right there.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Keto diet endorsed. So, oh man. So.
Okay.
So with that, yeah, stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple moments after these following messages.
After the break.
Right.
All right. See you then. How long is our break? Do you know? Oh. Okay. Well, I haven't eaten today, so. Getting ready to go. We're like, oh no, it is 11:30. We need to go. We gotta go. Wow. Okay, I got internet back. Good. Oh, good. So my Maturino reads might have been a little late, or because I was trying to update it and it didn't. So we do have a bit of catch up to do. We're doing all of round 2, I think, right? I think, yeah. Our shift doesn't end until like 3 something, I think. Yeah. Yep. Thank you. Thanks. I do. Yeah, I had it on here. Yeah, I have it. Try to follow the rundown that I have. Is that new? Yeah, there should be a like runner show for you guys. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, this one. So that tells you which ad reads to do. Right. So like this one should have been the. Should have been. That's right. Right. So Hyperkin Power Bears should have been in this block right now. So I did Power Bears. Awesome. Yeah, we did. So we just gotta do Hyperkin, right? The next, he did Hyperkin. He did. Yeah, I did. Beautiful. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So those are done, and then in the next, once block B is done, stand up to Counts is gonna come up. This guy Andy Steve, he's gonna come up to the stage. Okay. I'll announce it. Okay. So we do an enhanced read, and then after that they'll throw it to me to stand up to Counts. Andy Steve's gonna come up on stage. He's gonna address the crowd and distributions and whatnot, and then we'll go back to you guys. way my phone works, I can only see one of them at a time.
Yeah, same here.
But I
didn't even think about it when I was pulling this up. Like, I probably should have pulled.
But some of the sponsor reads aren't even like. There's nothing for Eureka, so I had to just make it up. I just basically had to talk about what I know, which was fortunate that I knew enough. But I don't think Enhance even has one. Oh, I gotta talk about Lumens Arise.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
So that's the next one. I'll handle that. I forgot about that. I was just gonna, if I had to do it off my head, I'd just be talking about Tetris Effect Connected, but that's not what I'm promoting. Now I guess I'll let you do the stand-up to answer. I think you have experience in that, right?
Yeah, because I usually got hand in hand, right?
Actually, I should ask King if we're gonna play the trailer. It says something about them playing the trailer, but I'm not sure if we're playing it or not. Right. Oh, they got a UK battle going on over there. Oh. Yo. I've had it for a long time. I don't know. I would say.
Around which release it was.
Yeah, that's the logo that they use between 5 and 6. Yeah, it's in this era.
I was gonna say the text is definitely SNES text.
Yeah. It's right around that era, like early SNES with late. It was Mega Man 1, but not X.
Definitely check out the two stuff that he's picked up some original Mega Man on.
Nice.
Yeah, I think so. All right, ladies and gentlemen, wow, what a fantastic round there. Let's get a round of applause for all our Block A players that just played. Wow, strong games there. We're about to get set for our next block, which will feature some mega stars that are going to play on CT1. We already have Red Shirt versus Opox and Doge and Naui getting set to go. On CT2, we're going to have ID Kirby and Rhubarb and Wallband versus Jerpy. So come on up. We will get started in moments. Thank you.
Yeah, so here we go, Chris. Let's get
Yeah.
next block here in round 0.
Yeah, and all these being familiar faces. We've seen them in years past. All is performing so well. I love seeing the propeller hat from Doge again.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's like his staple, right? That's his dude's staple. And, you know, certainly, like, that match on the bottom, Opox and Red Shirt, that has always been an exciting matchup. Anytime they faced, it's, you know, they faced here at the World Championship a few years back, and, you know, just the pop-offs were crazy in that one. So I'm really,
get hyped for this. This is going to be exciting.
Be a really exciting match.
You know, we already had so much drama with seeds on the opposite side, but now we're actually getting to the core where people are so evenly matched. Expect to see neck and neck all the way.
Yeah, I would expect so too. That's gonna be really exciting to see. And of course, you know, Naui and Doge, right? Like that's a fresh matchup that we haven't seen. We've familiar faces, but they haven't played each other.
Yeah, now we're representing Mexico. Now we've got 3 Americans on the board and 1 international player. In the last round, it was the other way around.
Yeah.
So already just so much variety here and excitement to be had as we continue round 0.
Yeah, the players are getting their warm-ups in. I mean, they're in form, Chris. They look to be in form.
Yep. All rollers here. So every player capable of playing past the kill screen. How far will they push each other?
Yeah, we could be in some long games, Chris, right? knowing just how deep into 29 these guys can all go.
Yeah, well, we see a double, what do you call, super kill screen.
Right, yeah.
When will that happen? Could be here.
I mean, honestly, yeah, it could be here, right? I mean, just knowing how strong all 4 of these players are, I mean, certainly. Certainly, they're all capable of getting there, so, I mean, certainly.
And yeah, all 4 here, veterans, looking to make their mark here, get into the next part of the bracket, you know, in round 1, past this round 0.
Yeah, I mean, look at this from Red Shirt, man. Just burning way up at the top like that on 29. My word. Like, it makes it look easy, but seriously, it is, you know, as someone who's done it, it is very difficult to play on that speed just in general.
Yeah. Seed 29 versus seed 36. So close seeds up on top. On the bottom, it's like a 21 versus a 44. So I guess the way the brackets played out, they're not exactly evenly matched between the top and the bottom. A little bit more of a discrepancy on the bottom.
Yeah, you know, but again, like the skill floor has just raised so much, right, over the last couple of years, right? It's like, you know, honestly, like pretty much any of these matches are going to be pretty close. You know, like there's at least a few. There are several people I can think of. Like when I'm, you know, people talking about like, oh, who do you think's going to win, you know, the world championship? I'm like, I'm going to think of at least 8 people, you know. So certainly, and honestly, it could be one of these 4. You never know.
The bio, I remember, Waku Waku 25. Naui taking that in Japan.
Yeah.
And Bidwell on the mic there. That was a great show to watch. But
yeah, that was fun,
coming
man.
off some great momentum off of that win earlier in the year.
Yeah, of course. I mean, just average age of these 4 players, too. My word, just
what's
kids,
going
man.
on? Yeah. And yeah, already just a huge list of accomplishments for all 4 of these players. 300 max outs for Red Shirt. And then, Blank's Garage 2023. And then a 2020 event there for Opox. And then Doge with CTM. 1,000 max outs. Just crazy.
Yeah, certainly, probably estimates for sure. But man, that's just, I can't even imagine keeping like if I've got that many max outs, like I couldn't even imagine, you know, like bothering to keep count. You know, it's like, I don't know.
I mean, if you're in contention to get 1,000, you're going to be counting every single one. You know,
that's fair.
Counting down, it's like, oh man, 1,000. I remember, I think one of the first players I saw doing that was Sharky. Was like,
on his stream,
one.
every time he would max the stream, it's like, all right, gotta update the counter. Right?
So. That's a good feeling, especially if you're a DAS player. I mean, but that was even before the other play styles took over so dominantly, especially not rolling yet. So if you haven't made a max out yet, then getting that first one will get you counting them.
Oh yeah.
The highest PB here being Opox with 2.7 million.
Yeah, and seriously, that's still, I mean, I know this has been, the case for a while, but it still blows my mind. People getting multiple million points. I mean, remember just when I was first getting involved in all this, we were talking about, like, man, is 1.3 possible? Is 1.4 possible? Now it's like, oh yeah, we got 2 million.
Yeah, no, we're in the era where players are crashing the game and Rebirth and just so many achievements happening, perfect max outs and the like. Every year it's got to be something.
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah, apparently Opox is a second-degree black belt.
Yeah,
the players I just noticed that.
We can hear on the, so we have the yapping mic, yap cam. We can hear what they're saying, and they're commenting on the second-degree black belt.
Yeah, he does like good friends. He's like, wait, what? You never told me this.
Better play honorably, or you might get beaten in more than one way.
Yeah. Yeah, well, maybe Bridger wins. I mean, he might be in some trouble later in the parking lot, but no.
Yeah, you got the hacky sack versus the martial arts. And you got the guitar versus guitar up on top. Yeah. Actually, that's interesting. Both players up on top being guitar players. Does that help with the rolling, I wonder?
Well, I mean, it could. I mean, it depends on whether the way they're finger picking or whatnot. Because back when I used to roll, I actually, it was based on the way you would pick a banjo. Like, it's like basically, the picking patterns on the banjo is just, they're called rolls. Oh. And literally, the way I did it was essentially the same way. So it was just barely different. So.
Yeah. Now I remember that video with Jonas Neubauer where you were talking position and
Rob Scallon.
Yeah, Rob Scallon. Yeah, I remember that. That was like the first glimpse into what might be possible.
The response video that he had later was actually pretty funny. It felt like so 2008. Like, it was just like, hey, Game Scout, wow, this is cool. I'm gonna make a response video. Like it's 2008, man. So
that's how far the legacy goes for what we do here.
Oh, absolutely. So it looks like they are getting ready to get started here on our stage.
See
And as a reminder for folks, this is not the only Tetris happening here at the World Championship.
That's right.
We do also have matches going on at Classic Tetris 2 on Twitch. And, of course, if you're on YouTube, CTWC Archive is where those matches are being streamed. And, of course, on Twitch, we do have the silver bracket and the bronze bracket for the next 64 players that have made, that did not make the gold bracket. And, oh, my word. These players, man. Man. I think the player mic was a mistake.
Oh.
You cannot hear this when you're watching, but I can hear some noises, quite a few noises. So this is a mistake. Oh, man. But anyway, you can get silver, bronze, I see Class Tetris 3, Class Tetris 4 on Twitch. That's what I was trying to get to.
Yeah, multiple channels. We have extra languages. I don't know which the channels for the extra languages are, but we've got, I know we've got at least Spanish over there.
Yeah, somewhere going on. Yeah,
it's just like wrestling. There's a Spanish announce table. You have to throw.
Yeah, just check every channel. The classic Tetris at the beginning of it. We have up through 11. So
except for one of them, I think we don't have control over one of them. I don't remember.
Oh well, yeah, whatever. But you know what I mean. Oh man. Sorry, it's the banter.
The players are having a party up there. They're getting ready, trying to shake some of the nerves out.
Oh, yeah.
Nerves won't be a factor in these players in round 0.
Yeah, in round 0 of the World Championship. Oh, man. Once you hear from our referees up on stage, of course, going to probably get the simul count out all across the board here.
Players are getting restless. Yeah.
All right. All right, well, looks like, all right, we got thumbs up from our refs up on stage, so let's go ahead. Chris, let's count them down in 3, 2, 1.
Tetris! Stress. Looks like they're going to restart up on top.
Yeah, ball start.
Something happened up there.
Yeah.
But on bottom, it looks like we're off to a legit game.
Yeah, we are underway, Again, these two with, certainly a bit of history, like we were kind of alluding to earlier. Of course, Red Shirt has won both of the matches that these two have played against each other. You know, one was at the World Championship. I believe that was 2022. And, of course, they played once at the Ohio Regional just last year, and in what was a very entertaining match as well. Honestly, kind of one of the highlight, at least in my opinion, one of the highlight matches of that whole tournament.
Wow. And yeah, off to a great start here. Red Shirt clean. Opox having to do a couple of burns. Nothing serious yet, and looks like they're going to get ready to restart up on top. Red Shirt just building way up high on the left there. Try to stay efficient. That's the power of rolling.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Build that high, and then just bang down Tetrises after Tetrises. Okay, Opox out of the dig. Boom, Tetris for Opox. Catching up a bit, just a bit of a little less than a Tetris behind.
Yeah, meanwhile, they have figured things out at the top. They are now underway.
Yep, underway. Everyone in their first match here in round 0.
Yeah. As a reminder, I believe we have this is block number 2. Well, this is block number 2 of round 0, right? We have, doing this blocks again. Our players here and our players on CT2 as well. So we got 4 matches in this bracket going on at once for the moment. And of course, I believe we have 2 more, right? If my math is correct and how the heck this works, right? 2 more blocks after this. So make sure, stick around all day. We got lots of high octane matches yet to come just in round 0.
Yeah. So you saw the cutoff. It was like Solid Sofa last round with seed 48. So it's a total of 48 players, and we whittle down everything past that 16 cutoff point and find out who's going to go on to the next round, advance to round 1 later today.
Yeah, and of course, Salted Sofa being the cutoff, it was 4 max outs, and I forget what the kicker was, but it was 4 max outs, so it's crazy that it's still like such a high cutoff at this point to get in. I think a lot of people were predicting, honestly, a lot of people were predicting I think it'd be even higher, but certainly, a lot of drama yesterday, Chris, right? I think that's a testament to how
and actually that was just less than a few hours ago. It was Green Tea trying to get that position, in the 48 seed, and was barely able not to make it.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? It's crazy to see. Of course, right now on the bottom, we got Opox with a bit of a bind up towards the top of his stack. He's at 210.
That is quite a mess there. Let's see how Opox deals with it.
Yeah, and there we go. That long bar to the left is going to be immensely helpful there. Be able to fill in the sides, be able to start just using pretty much anything he wants to start burning towards the middle of the stack. But, of course, he is going to find himself behind in points. It's a good opportunity for Red Shirt to really build on this lead here.
Already a 4.5 Tetris lead here for Red Shirt. Is almost Tetris ready.
Yeah, definitely significant here early on. But Opox still just really he's not finding what he needs to bring this down. But there we go. That was a nice flat burn with the L piece.
Oh, that left side.
Oh, gets it over. Nice.
Just barely. Would really love LJ.
Goodness. Okay, gets the bar. That's going to work for now. Gets the L piece, and it's just hanging on by a thread, Chris.
Gets that flat burn when it's needed. Gets the T in there. This could be possible.
Yeah, there we go. Nice long bar. There's the J piece. It's
fighting to survive.
Sides. Oh, my gosh.
And
there we go.
Open.
Okay, he's got the right side opened up now. He's just holding out. He needs this bar. Oh, gets the tuck.
Chooses to tuck. Yeah.
No way.
A little risky there. You might want to fill in that right side because it's just been hurting so much.
There's no bar coming. Finally, it shows.
It's not going to be much more than a single there.
But it's still needed, though, right?
Yeah.
Certainly, you needed to be able to get that.
Boom!
Boom! Oh, my God.
That was a dirty, filthy Tetris there from Opox.
Yeah, that first bar really was what set that up, right? That first one only got a single, but it put him in good position to be able to get that second one. And now
what a way to dig out of that. And getting the bottom exposed again. We'll have to take the triple, but that is a survive there from Opox.
Yeah, meanwhile at the top, so pretty substantial lead now for Red Shirt. Almost a 200,000 point deficit for Opox to overcome.
So huge deficits here. Red Shirt almost 8 Tetrises ahead now of Opox. That dig doing a lot of damage in the pace there. And up on top, Doge 2 Tetrises behind Naui.
Yeah, and it's been pretty clean for both of those players at the top. Again, Doge just having to, take a few more burns here and there than Naui has, And of course, as you mentioned, right, Naui, the, Waku Waku champion, right, out in Japan earlier this year, but also one in his home country of Mexico, won the Mexican regional just a few weeks back.
Yeah, and that's just a way more colorful experience there, having to compete in different countries to take your titles. So coming to the U.S., so that could be a 3-region performance there.
Yeah, it's a lot of international travel for just a few months, right? That's crazy.
Yeah, the Japan one's especially impressive. You have to deal with the jet lag and the languages and all that. So it's crazy.
Yeah, it's quite a large time difference there for sure. Me coming from the East Coast right to here, it's not too bad, but it's a different experience.
Okay, redshirt the first two. Or no, actually, Opak's getting to level 20. Now redshirt at 20.
Yeah, it's still about a 6 Tetris lead here for redshirt, but Opak's looking cleaner now, and he's got a chance to maybe make up a Tetris or two of the difference here.
Yeah, that's a big difference to make up. But, sometimes if you hope your opponent tops out, then you just have to do a safer chase down. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah. We'll have to see how this pans out here as we start approaching level 29. It is still just south of a 200K deficit, 175,000 points. There's the Tetris for Opaks. They'll bring him to 498 here, and there we go. Now he's starting to find his groove, Chris.
Yeah, redshirt.